Chapter 1650. Lotus Karmic Fire Palm. A beautiful fire lotus blossomed in her palm, illuminating her delicate and pretty face, making it look cold and elegant. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fire lotus burst into a large area of fire, spewing forward rapidly. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the mountain peak. Zhao Zhiling's whole body was bathed in fire, especially his arms, which were instantly burned black by the fire. The pungent smell of burning spread in all directions, causing everyone to cover their noses. His clothes were burnt to a crisp, revealing a mangled and delicate body. His handsome image in the past was instantly destroyed. Lan Yu withdrew her palm indifferently and leaned against Su Yu's side with a calm face. When she looked at Su Yu, she repeated her affectionate look. "Brother Shui, why did you put up with this clown? With your strength, you could have easily crushed him with a single finger." She was very puzzled. Back then, how amazing was Su Yu's sword. 10 level 1 cavern world venerable corpse-sucking dogs were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The Zhao in front of her was much weaker than the most powerful corpse-sucking dogs. He couldn't even hurt a hair on Su Yu's head. Su Yu shook his head lightly. Is it necessary to care about a small fry? If someone else had said this, they would have been timid, and Lan Yu would only be contemptuous. But since Su Yu said so, Lan Yu believed him without hesitation. Because it was the truth. The arrogant Zhao Zhiling couldn't even defeat one of her moves, let alone Brother Shui. She looked at Su Yu with even more admiration. Ah! Zhao Zhiling, who had fallen heavily to the ground, felt dizzy. He covered his head and struggled to get up from the rubble of the stone throne. He said shakily, "Shameless, you sneak attacked me." He only heard Lan Yu's cold snort and was hurt. "In terms of shamelessness, we are not 1/10,000th of you." Yang Changhong felt relieved. Zhao Zhiling had repeatedly bullied them secretly. Just now, on the mountainside, he even wanted to kill them. Who could compare to him in terms of being sinister and shameless? Zhao Zhiling stared at Lan Yu and Su Yu, and his resentment deepened. "Shui, do you think I can't do anything to you by relying on Lan Yu?" As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 extremely powerful deputy pavilion masters surrounded him. They were the deputy cabinet masters who had chased Su Yu and Yang Changhong out of the mountain. They had the advantage of numbers. Even with Lan Yu's help, they would not be able to protect them. Lan Yu's brows turned cold as she thought to herself, where did this idiot come from? I've already taught him a lesson, yet he's still so shameless. He's disturbing me and Brother Shui again and again. With anger, Lan Yu said coldly, "A group of useless men. Stop making a fool of yourself. If you really want to fight, I, Lan Yu, will accompany you to the end." Immediately, a few of the deputy pavilion masters felt weak. Who would dare to go against the Maple Branch Pavilion? Zhao Zhiling was furious. "Lan Yu, don't you dare take advantage of your power to bully others. No matter how powerful your Red Leaf Pavilion branch is, you won't be able to reach into our pavilion master whose branch." There was a clear distinction between the pavilion chiefs. The Red Leaf Pavilion branch was indeed one of the strongest among all the pavilions. However, the Red Leaf Pavilion branch did not have the right to interfere in their affairs. Even if the Red Leaf Pavilion's pavilion master was present, he would definitely not interfere in the matters between the Sword Pavilion and the Yinchuan Pavilion. Not to mention Lan Yu. Even if she was injured, the Red Leaf Pavilion branch could not say anything. Hearing this, those who were not as imposing as before gathered their courage once again. The group of people once again revealed cold gazes, closing in on Su Yu. Zhao Zhiling wiped away the ashes on his face, his killing intent cold. "Shui, don't even think of leaving today." Rumble, the group of people immediately surrounded him. The patience in Su Yu's eyes gradually dissipated. He calmly said, "The Star Pavilion's rules state that anyone who attacks without permission will be punished. The word punished means to kill, right?" A cold killing intent was revealed, not hidden in the slightest. Zhao Zhiling's hands turned into claws, tearing through the air. His 5 fingers created floating scars, his power extremely great. He let out a ferocious laugh. "Naive. Other than Mu Tsunghai, who else would dare to kill me? As the strongest pavilion under Pavilion Master Hu, The other pavilions could not wait to curry favor with him. Who would dare to kill him? I said, no one can save you. Zhao Zhiling let out a loud roar, pouncing forward. Su Yu waved his hand, signaling for Lan Yu and Yang Changhong to step back. The two women were very obedient, with no intention of helping. They stepped back obediently, staring at Zhao Zhiling with pity. Zhao Zhiling's heart skipped a beat at the extremely strange behavior. He had a bad feeling about this. Could Shui Yu have a killing move? No. Step back, you've all been fooled. He is the most dangerous. At this moment, the heavily injured flaming lady crawled out from the staircase, panting. She had come to warn Zhao Zhiling with her heavily injured body. She did not expect to see this scene, and could not help but scream in panic. Zhao Zhiling had a bad premonition in his heart, and it pounded like a drum. Looking at the seemingly weak Shui Yu, Zhao Zhiling's eyelids kept twitching. He felt a sense of life and death crisis. The last time he had such a feeling was when he was training. He had encountered a ferocious bronze overlord sea beast in an uninhabited sea region. That time, he had narrowly escaped death, and only managed to escape due to great luck. As time passed, he still felt a lingering fear whenever he thought of that scene. Now, he felt the long-lost sense of crisis again. No, it was a sense of panic that was even more dangerous than when he had encountered the Bronze Overlord. He had no time to warn the others. Without thinking, he took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. A powerful space energy enveloped him and transported him out of the area. However, using space magic in front of Su Yu was like showing off in front of an expert. A wine-red color flashed past one of Su Yu's eyes. The condensed space teleportation was immediately shattered by a tyrannical space force and turned into a chaotic space. Zhao Zhiling was careless, and one of his arms was crushed by the distorted space energy. He let out a horrible shriek and dodged to the side, avoiding the chaotic space. However, just as he dodged, he felt dark clouds looming over his head. A giant snow-white disk covered the sky and covered the sun. Hundreds of pitch-black holes were brewing majestic energy, which converged into a dark red ball in the center. The energy in the ball was accumulating more and more, gradually forming a terrifying aura. A group of cabinet masters, who had been sitting upright and still as if they had not noticed the commotion, finally changed their expressions and stared at the dark red ball. Stop! One of the cabinet masters roared, trying to stop them. 7 or 8 cabinet masters heard the voice and moved. The terrifying pressure of an overlord swept over in waves. Shui Yu, we are all from the Starry Pavilion, how can you be so cruel? Stop right now. Stop right now, the banquet is about to begin, don't disturb it. Su Yu sneered. When Zhao Zhiling joined forces with the many deputy cabinet masters to kill them, they did not stop them, as if they had not heard it. Now, seeing that the situation was not in Zhao Zhiling's favor, all of them attacked, as if they had only just realized it. Destroy. Su Yu spat out the word. The energy gathered by the dark red ball erupted like a volcano, enveloping Zhao Zhiling and the group of vice pavilion masters. Ah! A series of shrill screams came one after another. Zhao Zhiling and the others were all badly mutilated and severely injured. 2 of the weaker ones were on their last breaths. How dare you? The cabinet masters were furious. However, what made them even more furious was that Su Yu did not stop. A long sword shrouded in moonlight slipped out of his sleeve, sweeping out an arc of sword light. Puff! Puff! With a few grunts, the 3 deputy cabinet masters, who were severely injured and unable to move, were killed by the arc of sword energy. The sword energy was swift and fierce, penetrating deep into their souls and annihilating them. It could be said that their souls were completely destroyed. The cabinet masters who had rushed over were trembling with anger. Shui Yu, how dare you kill your fellow faction members? Hurry up and surrender. Su Yu did not seem to hear them, a faint smile on his lips as the arc of sword energy came one after another. Ah! Grey Spirit Pavilion Master, save me. White Cave Pavilion Master, save me, I don't want to die, ah! Screams pierced through the hearts of every cabinet master like sharp arrows. The originally peaceful and harmonious banquet was suddenly covered in blood. The culprit was the deputy cabinet master of the Sword Pavilion, Shui Yu. In the blink of an eye, all the deputy cabinet masters who were besieging him were killed. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing half of the mountain peak red. There were corpses everywhere, their eyes wide open. They would never have dreamed that Suyu would really dare to kill them. "Ah, I'll kill you." The Ashen Spirit Pavilion's master was pained by the loss of his vice pavilion master. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and pounced forward. Whoosh! A grey-robed figure flashed past, a swift and fierce attack sending the Grey Spirit Pavilion master flying backward. The Grey Spirit Pavilion master's robes were torn, his mouth full of blood. He stared at the grey-robed figure, furious. "Mood Songhai, how dare you stop me?" Mood Songhai's expression was indifferent. "Not only do I dare to stop you, no one will say anything even if I kill you. According to the rules of the Star Pavilion, anyone who attacks without permission from the headquarters must be punished. Shueyu killing them is in line with the rules of the Star Pavilion. If you attack him, you are going against the rules of the Star Pavilion. As a member of the Star Pavilion, I naturally have the authority to kill anyone who goes against the rules of the Star Pavilion." "Mood Songhai, you!" the Grey Spirit Pavilion master roared. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, filled with a menacing glow. Mood Songhai's expression was indifferent. "If you had taught me this principle, I would not have ended up like this." After saying this, Mood Songhai calmly returned to his stone seat. The pavilion masters who had attacked in anger all quieted down, not daring to continue acting presumptuously. Just as Mood Songhai had said, Zhao Zhiling and the rest had violated the rules of the Star Pavilion, and anyone could kill them. If they helped, they would be considered guilty as well. If Mood Songhai killed them, no one would plead for mercy for them. However, one person rushed over. His eyes were filled with hatred, as he roared, "Shueyu, think of the consequences before you attack." He charged toward the only surviving person among the group of deputy pavilion masters. But in a pool of blood, a golden arms bowl had Zhao Zhiling upside down. There were a few sword energies left on the golden arms bowl. At the moment of crisis, Zhao Zhiling had activated this life-saving treasure to escape. "Father, please save me," Zhao Zhiling cried. It was too terrifying. The 7 or 8 deputy pavilion masters who had been alive a moment ago, old friends of many years, had been slaughtered in an instant, leaving only him. At this moment, in Zhao Zhiling's eyes, Suyu was not a weak kid who could be bullied, but a low-key, cold god of death. That formless trembling caused Zhao Zhiling's entire body to tremble. He did not dare raise his head to look at Suyu's eyes. Whoosh! Zhao Fu had been hiding at the side, secretly observing the situation. But no matter what, he did not expect the outcome to be reversed. Suyu and Yang Changhong, who should have been lying in a pool of blood, had been replaced by them. The deputy pavilion masters could not save them in time, but his son had to be saved. "Shueyu, you will not be able to bear the consequences if you touch even a hair on him," Zhao Fu shouted as he charged over. Chapter 1651. Is that so? Suyu smiled as he struck out with another crescent of sword energy. The crescent of sword energy landed on the surface of the golden arms bowl and was immediately deflected. It could do nothing to Zhao Zhiling, who was hiding within it. Seeing this, Zhao Fu heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Scourge like you should be killed." Suyu's lips curled into a cold smile. The world annihilation plate above his head shrunk to the size of a palm and started spinning rapidly. The frightening sharpness of the plate gave off a dangerous light that made many of the cabinet masters tremble in fear. Zhao Fu's face stiffened as he shouted anxiously, "Deputy Pavilion Master Shui, quickly stop. Don't harm my son." Suyu's trump card had caught Zhao Fu off guard. What was even more frightening was Suyu's murderous gaze. Zhao Fu had no choice but to admit defeat. His words had been filled with threats, and he had even called Suyu a scourge. After taking it, he immediately called Deputy Pavilion Master Shui. However, it was obvious that Suyu would not compromise just because of this. He didn't even need to think to know what Zhao Fu's face would be like once Zhao Zhiling was freed. He calmly flicked his fingers, and the spinning world annihilation plate left a blurry mark in the air. With a dull sound, the golden wave was crushed and destroyed, penetrating Zhao Zhiling's head. A large head flew into the air. Its face was still filled with the joy of being saved, as well as a hint of vengeance. Unfortunately, everything was frozen at this moment. Jiling. Zhao Fu rushed over just in time to save the bloody head. No. Zhao Fu roared at the sky, his voice filled with sorrow. His only son, his only successor, had been killed right in front of him. I want you to die a horrible death. Zhao Fu roared as he charged at Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was calm as he sneered. You speak as if you will let me live as long as your son is alive. He secretly held a fairy execution talisman in his sleeves as he quietly waited for Zhao Fu to charge over. Since he had started killing, he would kill to his heart's content. Die. Zhao Fu roared as he weaved signs and used a divine technique. However, at this time, a fierce barbarian figure descended and pressed down on Zhao Fu's shoulder, shouting, "Don't be fooled." This shout was like a head-on blow. Zhao Fu immediately sobered up and glanced at Mu Tsunghai, who was not far away. Although she did not move at all, waves of divine power secretly surged, indicating that she was preparing a powerful divine spell. Su Yu's calm expression made him seem even more enigmatic. Zhao Fu immediately calmed down and thought back carefully. He could not help but be shocked. He had almost been fooled. If he was enraged and made a move, he would be caught in a pincer attack. Judging from the methods they had prepared, he was doomed. After Zhao Fu calmed down completely, tears welled up in his eyes as he stared at Su Yu. His gaze made Su Yu's heart turn cold. At the same time, Su Yu's killing intent intensified. Now that the hatred had arisen, he had to eliminate the root. Pavilion Master Zhao, what's wrong? Do you agree that me, the Deputy Cabinet Master, killing your son is in line with the Starry Pavilion's rules? Zhao Fu's calm eyes were stirred by these words, and a deep rage rose within them. However, after being reminded by Aino Shen, although Zhao Fu was filled with grief and hatred, he restrained himself and did not say a word. Oh, not saying a word. Does that mean you agree? Su Yu calmly said, very well. Then, as the father of the traitor who defied the Starry Pavilion, as well as his superior, shouldn't I resign as the cabinet master to atone for my crimes? Zhao Fu's eyes flickered violently. Not only could he not avenge his son's death, but he also had to compromise with the murderer and resign as the cabinet master. Was there any justice in this world? Even Yang Changhong felt that Su Yu was being too much of a bully. However, it was a good bully. Yang Changhong rolled her eyes and said, that's right. Your son has provoked us time and time again, but Deputy Cabinet Master Xue and I have tolerated it until now. Yet, as the cabinet master, as his father, you remain indifferent. Are you guilty of not disciplining your subordinates and sons? To be honest, it is hard to believe that someone as irresponsible as you can manage the Yinchuan branch well. I suggest that you resign as the cabinet master and admit your mistakes. It would be best if someone more capable could take over Yinchuan. Her words were like adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Fu panted heavily, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, indicating his uncontrollable rage. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Su Yu was secretly on his guard, clenching the fairy-killing talisman tightly in his sleeves, ready to explode at any moment. On the other side, Mu Tsunghai was also ready to strike, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Both sides were on the verge of exploding. The tense atmosphere affected the surroundings, and the people nearby retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Zhao Fu's anger, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, rose once again. Right at that moment, a palm landed on Zhao Fu's shoulder. Zhao Fu was jolted awake. Looking back, he met Yishen's eyes, which were filled with savagery. The deterrence in his eyes completely wiped away the anger in Zhao Fu's heart. Restrain yourself, Yishen said. It's him again. This was the second time this person had ruined Su Yu's plans. He looked barbaric and crude, but in terms of calmness, he was even better than Zhao Fu and the other scheming people. The alert Zhao Fu restrained his anger, no longer provoked by Yishen's words. He stared at Su Yu with an even more vicious gaze. Yishen squinted his eyes, like a wild beast in a dark forest. He stared at Su Yu with narrowed eyes and said, everything was Zhao Zhiling's personal will. Asking a dignified cabinet master to resign because of this is too much. Haha. Yang Changhong snorted disdainfully. It's laughable. Not long ago, our cabinet master Mu was impeached by your cabinet master Zhao Fu because deputy pavilion master Shui's whereabouts were unknown. He insisted on removing her from the position of cabinet master. How is it that under the same circumstances, we are the ones who have gone overboard? Yishan glanced at Yang Changhong and said calmly, one should forgive and forget. It's not good to go overboard. Yang Changhong was so angry that she laughed. Was it too much to ask for Pavilion Master Mu's resignation? Yi Shun had come knocking on Shueyu's door and interrupted him at the most critical moment, almost causing Shueyu to go berserk. Was it too much? Was it too much to gather so many deputy pavilion masters and force them to descend the mountain? Was it too much to ambush them halfway up the mountain in an attempt to kill them? Was it too much for Zhao Zhiling to lead a group of people to surround and kill them? Now, they had come to the conclusion that they had gone overboard. It was the biggest joke in the world. It's impossible for a pavilion master to take the blame and resign over a small matter, said Wild God. He waved his hand, and the cabinet masters who had been plotting in secret came over one after another. They stood side by side with Yi Shun and Zhao Fu. His meaning couldn't be clearer. With them around, it didn't matter if pavilion master who found out about the matter. So, the crime of conniving with your son's murder is gone just like that. Su Yu said nonchalantly, or do all of you think that you can do whatever you want in the Starry Pavilion? He looked outside the Starry Pavilion, where the 9 stars were surrounded by a dense fog. Inside the fog was where the most mysterious general pavilion of the Starry Pavilion was located. The 3 great pavilion masters, as well as the legendary general pavilion master, were all there. If I remember correctly, the deputy pavilion master has a right, and that is to have an opportunity to meet the pavilion master once a year. Shueyu's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. Do you think that if I, the deputy pavilion master, were to use the opportunity to meet the pavilion master to report this matter, would you still be so united? Upon hearing that, the expressions of the cabinet masters changed. Perhaps they had their own connections and were not afraid of pavilion master Hu. But the pavilion master, a being like that could decide the life and death of them, and even their families, with a single thought. Yishan stared at Su Yu for a long time, then said in a low voice, Shueyu, what do you want? Just say it. Don't mention the excessive request. Even if you report it to the pavilion master, you can't let a dignified cabinet master take the blame and resign because of this. All right then. Unexpectedly, Su Yu gave in readily. I only have one request. Apologize to Mu Tsunghai. You have repeatedly insulted him and slandered him for no reason. There must be an explanation for this matter. What? Apologize to Mu Tsunghai? Zhao Fu was furious. He wanted nothing more than to skin Mu Tsunghai alive. How could he lower his head and apologize to him? Absolutely not. Zhao Fu bellowed, his black hair flying in the wind. Su Yu shrugged. Then I'm very sorry. I believe the pavilion master will handle this impartially. And the outcome would obviously not be as simple as an apology. Yishan patted Zhao Fu's shoulder and said telepathically, Brother Zhao, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, they are all doomed. Just bear with it for a while. Zhao Fu roared in his heart. But when he heard the words doomed, he gradually calmed down. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. After a long while, he clenched his teeth and walked toward Mu Tsunghai. He cupped his fists and said, Cabinet Master Mu, I hope you can forgive me for my previous offense. Mu Tsunghai smiled indifferently, but in his heart, he had vented a great deal of his anger. Evil people need evil people to deal with them. Speak louder, we can't hear you. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, a faint smile on his face. If your apology is insincere, then there's no need to apologize. Feeling the surprised, sympathetic, and mocking gazes around him, Zhao Fu felt as if he was being pricked by needles. He slowly closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, bent down, and said loudly, Cabinet Master Mu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. His voice was loud and clear, reverberating throughout the mountain peak. Is that enough? Zhao Fu lifted his head, his eyes red as he stared at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. I did not expect Cabinet Master Zhao to be so remorseful, to the point that your eyes are red from crying. How admirable. I believe Cabinet Master Mu has completely forgiven you. You. Zhao Fu was so ashamed that he could not show his face. He flung his sleeves angrily and descended the mountain. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Let's wait and see," Cabinet Master Zhao said with a smile. Cabinet Master Zhao, without you, the banquet will be exceptionally boring. All he got was a cold grunt. Don't celebrate too early. You will all be crying soon. Yishan stared at them coldly, especially at Su Yu. His eyes flashed with a strange light. His expression was solemn as he sat down in his seat. Su Yu stared at his back, an icy light flashing in his eyes. Brother Shui, aren't you afraid of the revenge of those two cabinet masters? Lan Yu asked, her voice filled with admiration. Su Yu shook his head. Instead, he asked curiously, Miss Lan, how did you find me? He had not truthfully stated where he came from. Lan Yu had always misunderstood that Su Yu was a disciple with the surname Shui from the Sword Brilliance Pavilion. Lan Yu's face turned slightly red. She said resentfully, Brother Shui, you still have the cheek to ask. You made me come to the Sword Brilliance Pavilion for nothing. It turned out that she had really gone to the Sword Brilliance Pavilion to look for Su Yu. The result was obvious. The disciple with the surname Shui in the Sword Brilliance Pavilion was worlds apart from Su Yu. Lan Yu, who was at a loss, realized that she might have misunderstood Su Yu's background from the very beginning. Perhaps it was not the Sword Brilliance Pavilion at all, but the Sword Pavilion that they had neglected. At first, she did not believe it at all. Even the strongest Yinchuan Pavilion, which was under Cabinet Master whose jurisdiction, was not worthy of her attention, let alone the Sword Pavilion, which was ranked last in the entire pavilion. She had come to this star to look for Shui Yu with the intention of giving it a try. Chapter 1652. Su Yu smiled sheepishly and said, There's a reason for this, so I didn't disclose it in detail. Looking at her, Su Yu asked, Miss Lan, why did you come to see me? Lan Yu blushed. I'm sending you an invitation on behalf of my second brother. She took out a black and white letter, its contents visible. The letter was from a man named Chen Buwei, who expressed his gratitude to Shui Yu for rescuing his 8th brother and 9th sister, and invited Su Yu to their star as a guest. After reading it, Su Yu casually put it away and said, It's nothing. Why mention it? I've received the letter, and I'll definitely go to the star where the Red Leaf Pavilion branch is located when I have time. Lan Yu's eyes had traces of ripples. She slightly lowered her head and softly responded like a mosquito. Then, she slowly went down the mountain to report the completion of the mission. Deputy Pavilion Master Shui, you're really lucky. The famous Lotus Mayu of the Red Leaf Pavilion has fallen in love with you. It seems like the number of enemies you've made is going to double. Yang Changhong teased. Deep down, she was very surprised. What kind of status did the Red Leaf Pavilion have? Everyone in the pavilion was arrogant, especially the famous Lotus Mayu. This was especially true for the famous Lotus Month. She would never look anyone in the eye, especially men. The fact that she was so affectionate towards Su Yu was really shocking. Su Yu smiled lightly. What's there to be jealous of? She wants my potential, not my person. He had read many people, so how could Lan Yu's thoughts be hidden from Su Yu? Lan Yu had only shown her affection for Su Yu because of his amazing strength and extraordinary potential. Recalling the first time he met this woman, she didn't look friendly at all. Su Yu had always kept a respectful distance from such a woman. That's true. Many men have been played by Lotus Mayu. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Yang Changhong had a faint smile on her face. Su Yu shrugged. He didn't care. He probably wouldn't have anything to do with this woman anymore. At the foot of Taichou Mountain, Lan Yu walked down the mountain. Her delicate look was replaced by a cunning gleam in her eyes. So he really is a member of a small pavilion branch, Lan Yu muttered to herself. There was an indescribable sense of superiority in her tone. He must be from a small place. He probably hasn't seen much of the world. I can make him infatuated with me with just a little trick. If that's the case, there will be another fighter in the ancient dream altar. Hee hee. She swung her black hair behind her and left like a proud peacock. Dawn, the soft voice traveled to the top of the mountain. The banquet officially began. The deputy pavilion head and 2 distinguished guests from other planets had arrived. Among them, one of the honored guests was the most special. His status seemed to be out of the ordinary. Not only did the pavilion masters revere him, they seemed to revere him even more than when they faced Pavilion Master Hu. Su Yu, who was keenly aware of this, could not help but take a few glances at it. As he sized him up, Su Yu carefully discovered that this person bore some resemblance to Yi Shun. It was the same savage aura, the same silhouette, and the same charm. What was different was that this person's cultivation was terrifyingly high. That level of suppression had far surpassed the level of an overlord. Cabinet Master? Su Yu was surprised. Every cabinet master of the Star Pavilion had power close to the level of an overlord. The identity of the person in front of him was obvious. Could it be that among the honored guests, there were other cabinet masters of other planets? How could Pavilion Master Hu of the Star Pavilion keep his face? After 3 rounds of wine at the banquet, the deputy pavilion head solemnly introduced with a smile, "Let me introduce today's honored guest to everyone. He is one of the 13 heavenly stars of the central pavilion, the ravenous wolf star." Su Yu looked at Yang Changhong in confusion. He had never heard of the 13 heavenly stars. Yang Changhong whispered to him, "The 13 heavenly stars do not belong to the sequence of the Star Pavilion. They are the 13 great imperial guards of the chief pavilion master. Each of them has the strength of a pavilion master. The previous pavilion masters were also chosen from among them, without exception." Imperial guards? Su Yu had never heard of this. When the imperial guards are dispatched, it usually means that the chief pavilion master has important messages to convey to every pavilion branch master. Please listen patiently. After the introduction, the ravenous wolf star meticulously conveyed some orders. There was a lot of information, but Su Yu was only familiar with 1 or 2. One was that the area near the headquarters of the Star Pavilion had been very abnormal recently. A large number of beasts that had never appeared before had appeared, and the various pavilions were required to pay close attention and report any discoveries in time. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Was the appearance of the corpse-loving dog unusual? So much so that it alarmed the elusive chief pavilion master. Finally, it is about the ancient dream altar. The ravenous wolf star explained the rest of the matters first before mentioning this matter. He glanced around and said calmly, "This year, the Star Pavilion had 10 invitations, and 2 of them were given to the pavilions under Pavilion Master Hu's jurisdiction. How commendable. According to the usual practice, out of 10 invitations, each pavilion master received 1, and it was up to him to decide which pavilion to give it to. Unsurprisingly, the extra card was usually obtained by the strongest sword light pavilion branch. Only this year's invitation was extremely strange. The extra invitation was given to Pavilion Master Hu instead of the sword pavilion branch. Apart from the Yinchuan pavilion branch, the other invitation was given to the sword pavilion branch, right? Why don't we invite the participants to step forward and have a look?" Mu Tsunghai hesitated for a moment, then slowly stood up. Su Yu and Yang Changhong naturally followed suit. The appearance of the 3 of them attracted countless jealous gazes. That was the ancient dream altar that had created the divine warriors of heaven and earth. In the sea of constellations, there was no ancient relic that was more full of opportunities than the ancient dream altar. Those who were able to enter were the most powerful pavilion branches under the pavilion chief. It would have been fine if it was the Yinchuan pavilion branch, but the sword pavilion branch had also received an invitation. They really couldn't understand it. All the pavilions present were stronger than the sword pavilion branch, so why did they choose the sword pavilion branch? The ravenous wolf star looked at the 3 of them. His originally smiling expression gradually revealed a hint of suspicion. He said to the deputy pavilion master beside him, "Can I have a look at the information of the 3 of them?" The deputy pavilion master nodded and took out 3 jade scrolls. The ravenous wolf star scanned them one by one. When he glanced at Mu Tsunghai, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that Mood Songhai, in his heyday, was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. When he glanced at Yang Changhong, he nodded indifferently, reluctantly agreeing with her performance. When he glanced at the last jade scroll, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Martial potential value, 1 star? Deputy Pavilion Master, can such a person really represent you in the ancient dream altar?" The Deputy Pavilion Master was embarrassed. A 1-star potential value was almost equal to 0. The martial potential value of everyone present would not be lower than 2 stars. Only Su Yu seemed to be out of place among the crowd, which was shocking. Su Yu frowned slightly. The reason why he was chosen to participate in the ancient dream altar was not because of his strength, but because he was proficient in the language of the foreign tribes. His aptitude in this aspect had already been clearly tested in the One Flower One World, and the Jade Scrolls had a special description of it. However, the Ravenous Wolf Star had neglected this point and only mentioned Su Yu's martial potential value. Was it unintentional, or was it deliberate? The Ravenous Wolf Star put down the Jade Scroll and said earnestly, "The ancient dream altar is full of dangers. Although one can be honed inside, if the person chosen doesn't pass, his life will be in danger." He did not look at Su Yu, but said seriously, "I suggest that this person named Shui Yu be removed from the list." The Deputy Pavilion Master was put in a difficult position. The invitation letter was distributed to Pavilion Master Hu, and it was up to him to decide which Pavilion Master to distribute it to. What right did he, a mere Deputy Pavilion Master, have to make the decision to change Pavilion Master Hu's decision? Seeing that he was in a difficult position, the Ravenous Wolf Star paused and said, "This is the first time that you have received 2 invitation letters in your jurisdiction. You should cherish them even more. Why don't I make an exception and use the privilege of the Imperial Guards to change Pavilion Master Hu's decision?" He took out a golden writing brush. Upon seeing the writing brush, the many Pavilion Masters prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted in awe, "Greetings, Chief Pavilion Master." This was an item that the Chief Pavilion Master had distributed to the 13 Imperial Guards. Seeing this item was like seeing the Chief Pavilion Master himself. This item was not a powerful divine artifact, but a symbol of authority. By using this golden writing brush, the Imperial Guards had the power to correct any Pavilion Master's decision. The premise was that the Pavilion Master's decision had obviously harmed the interests of the Star Pavilion. Su Yu, whom Pavilion Master Hu had selected, had average strength and was not beneficial to the ancient dream altar. It was appropriate for him to use this privilege. If the Chief Pavilion Master knew about it, not only would he not punish him, he would even reward him. Mood Songhai's heart sank. He had a bad feeling about this. "May I ask, Imperial Guard Liao, what do you want to change? Is it to revoke the invitation qualifications of the Sword Pavilion branch?" "No." Pavilion Master Hu said, "I want to revoke Shui Yu's qualifications. A person like him is useless in the team. It's better to replace him as soon as possible. I think the Bailing Pavilion branch is not bad, why not?" He wanted to revoke Su Yu's qualifications. Mood Songhai hurriedly said, "Wait. Imperial Guard Liao, please look into it. Although Deputy Pavilion Master Shui's martial potential value is not high, he is proficient in the language of the foreign tribes and has a potential of 3 stars. I believe you understand that being proficient in the language of the foreign tribes is highly valued in the Star Pavilion. He is not as incompetent as you said." Pavilion Master Hu also saw this point, which is why he gave the invitation to the Sword Pavilion branch. The Ravenous Wolf Star smiled kindly, still using the golden writing brush to draw on the table in front of him. He said, "Pavilion Master Mu, there is no need to say more. Believe me, removing Shui Yu is good for the Sword Pavilion branch and for the Star Pavilion." No one had expected such a scene, which caused the atmosphere to become strange. Haha, is this retribution? He was arrogant just now, and now he is being slapped in the face by Imperial Guard Liao. TSK, who else could have their qualifications to participate in the ancient dream altar forcibly remove? In the end, Yi Shun has a powerful background. The Ravenous Wolf Star is his uncle. It seems that the Ravenous Wolf Star is here to punish Shui Yu on purpose. I believe this is just the beginning. I have a hunch that if Shui Yu's qualifications are removed and he stays at the headquarters, he may not be able to leave alive. The headquarters was the ravenous Wolfstar's territory. With his status, he knew many people. It would be easy for him to kill Shui Yu quietly. No matter how muddle-headed Su Yu was, he knew that something was amiss. The ravenous Wolfstar on the stage was clearly targeting him. It must be Yi Shun. Su Yu caught the flash of mockery in his eyes. After pondering for a while, Su Yu walked out of the crowd. Chapter 1653. That's settled then. The deputy pavilion master of the Bailing branch, Yu Lingji, is not bad. If he replaces Shui Yu, I believe that the ancient dream altar will have a greater harvest, the greedy Wolfstar said with a smile. Mood Songhai was filled with resentment. What was the White Spirit Branch Pavilion? This is Wild God's branch. As for the deputy pavilion master, Yu Lingji, he was one of Wild God's trusted aide. The ravenous Wolfstar used its power for personal gain, deliberately suppressing and retaliating. However, the Imperial Guards had the privilege of the Golden Pen. Although Mood Songhai was angry, it was useless. Wait. A clear voice resounded through the mountain peak. A young man with an indifferent expression stood up from the back row of the stone seats. The Wolfstar glanced at him and said, Shui Yu? Do you have any objections? Yes. Su Yu said. You keep saying that I will be a burden to the Sword Pavilion's sub-pavilion. I wonder where you got the basis for that. He pointed at the bloodstains on the ground that had yet to dry up, then looked at Yu Lingji. When the latter met Su Yu's eyes, he felt as if he had encountered a ghost, and he quickly avoided Su Yu's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. Are you saying that this kind of person, who doesn't even dare to look me in the eye, can replace me? Greedy Wolfstar, are you sure you don't have good eyesight? Many pavilion masters were secretly waiting for a good show. Interesting. The one surnamed Shui is really arrogant to the extreme. He even dares to talk back to the greedy Wolfstar. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to admire him a little. Apart from the conflict of standpoints, which aspect of his conduct doesn't make our juniors pale in comparison? It's a pity that he doesn't understand the greedy Wolfstar. If the Imperial Guards could be reasoned with, then they wouldn't be revered by others. Upon hearing this, the ravenous Wolfstar put down the golden pen in his hand, looked at Su Yu a few times, and said, This is your opinion? Su Yu used reason to convince him. He nodded. Yes. That makes sense. The greedy Wolfstar smiled, but in the next moment, his expression changed, and he said coldly, But why should I listen to your opinion? You, a mere deputy pavilion master? With a swipe of his brush, he wrote down an imperial edict. Once the edict was finalized, no one could change it, unless it was the chief pavilion master himself. Seeing this scene, Mood Songhai sighed deeply. What was supposed to happen still happened. The Imperial Guards were above all but one. Unless the three great pavilion masters showed up, they were not afraid of anyone. This made the ravenous Wolfstar fearless. After pondering for a long time, Mood Songhai took out an invitation letter that was made of mysterious ice and placed it on the stone chair. He sighed and said, Forget it. Whoever wants to go to the ancient dream altar can go. I will not interfere. This time, the greedy Wolfstar stiffened on the spot. With sullen anger on his face, he said in a deep voice, Mood Songhai, are you deliberately making things difficult for this Imperial Guard? Every invitation letter had been submitted to the chief pavilion master for review. If Mood Songhai didn't show up at that time, but someone else, how could the chief pavilion master not notice? At that time, if the chief pavilion master asked, the greedy Wolfstar would not be able to escape the charge of coercing the pavilion master. He had never expected that Mood Songhai would give up the ancient dream altar, which was only seen once in 100 years, for a mere deputy pavilion master. Mood Songhai did not even turn his head and said, Ha ha, who made things difficult for who, your excellency knows very well. Goodbye. She got up and came to Su Yu's side. She said, I'm sorry to have implicated you. You have no fate with the ancient dream altar. I had no intention of participating. There is no difference between losing it and gaining it, Su Yu said. However, if the pavilion master gives up just like that, won't you be playing right into their hands? Ha ha, Don't worry, this invitation letter is giving them a headache. Mood Songhai had a mocking look on his face as he happily went down the mountain with Su Yu and Yang Changhong. The people left behind were at a loss, as well as the gloomy Wolfstar and Yi Shun. Mood Songhai's actions had caught them off guard. Looking at the invitation letter on the stone chair, the two of them did not look good. How to explain this to the higher-ups was a problem that they had to face. The greedy Wolfstar glared at Yi Shun. In other words, it was all his good idea. Yi Shun was secretly resentful. He stared at Su Yu's back thoughtfully. Back at the area where the sword pavilion was. Su Yu thought for a long time and went to Mood Songhai's room. "Shui Yu, I'm very sorry to have made you come here for nothing," Mood Songhai said. Su Yu shook his head and took out a jade pendant. It was the identity jade pendant of the deputy pavilion master of the sword pavilion. "Shui Yu, you," Mood Songhai said in shock. Su Yu said seriously, "As you can see, I'm afraid the Star Pavilion cannot accommodate me. If I stay, I will only cause trouble for the pavilion master." Mood Songhai was stunned. To be exact, it was she who would bring Su Yu a fatal disaster. Because of her grudges with some of the former pavilion masters, Su Yu was targeted everywhere. In the end, Su Yu was forced to kill many of the deputy pavilion masters. With this grudge, unless he had the protection of a pavilion master, Su Yu would face more risks than benefits if he stayed in the Star Pavilion. She wanted to persuade him to stay, but finally sighed. All good things must come to an end. "Where do you plan to go?" "The northernmost land." Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. The five-colored seal of law was still in the northernmost land. That place. Mood Songhai was deep in thought. She knew that Su Yu had his own business there. Due to her request, he had been delayed at the Star Pavilion's headquarters. "Fine, we might meet again," Mood Songhai said. "The northern snow sea is also the ancient Dream Altar ruins." Su Yu nodded, cupping his fists to bid farewell. "I am indebted to the pavilion master for taking care of me all this time. I have nothing else to give you, but these translated ancient books might be able to help pavilion master Mu." He handed over a space ring as thanks for all this time. Both the Shui family and himself had received help from Mood Songhai. Su Yu's principle was to repay kindness. When he was at the Sword Pavilion, he had browsed through the ancient books in the branch's inventory. He had intended to translate some in case he needed them in the future so he could exchange them for resources. Now that he was leaving, he would give them to Mood Songhai. With so many translated divine techniques in the foreign language, it would be enough for the Sword Pavilion to generate a huge profit. In the next ranking, the Sword Pavilion would not be at the bottom again. Mood Songhai did not look at it, accepting it with a smile. After some thought, Mood Songhai gave Su Yu an emerald communication pendant. It was engraved with Mood Songhai's unique aura. "Didn't you want to know where the grayish-black stone came from? After the ancient dream altar, if you are still at the northern snow sea, come and see me," Mood Songhai said mysteriously. After saying that, Mood Songhai turned and left. Su Yu was slightly surprised. "I will only tell you about the ancient dream altar later." Could the ancient dream altar have something to do with the grayish-black stone? Shaking his head, Su Yu left the headquarters of the Star Pavilion. When he leaped out of the 9 stars, he took one last look before turning and leaping into the boundless sea. Mood Songhai sent Su Yu off and returned to the Sword Pavilion with a sense of loss. At first, she had only wanted to make use of Su Yu's talent, but later on, she was touched by his character. Especially when everyone in the world hated her for betraying her colleagues in the past. Only Su Yu had said, "Evaluating a person is not based on a moment, but a lifetime." That sentence had shaken her heart, which had been hidden for a long time. "Pavilion Master," Yang Changhong asked curiously, "what is the translation of the foreign language that Shui Yu gave you before he left? Why have I never seen him spend time on it?" Mood Songhai looked at the space ring in his palm and sighed with a bitter smile. The potential of the 3-star foreign language is not high, but it is not low either. The translation is probably very limited. You deal with it. It would be best if you could sell it for a suitable price. Oh. Yang Changhong caught the ring that was thrown over and thought to herself, in such a short time, there shouldn't be many books, right? I can finish the appraisal in half a cup of tea's time. As she walked, she lowered her head to check the storage in the space ring. Yang Changhong was stunned when she probed it with her soul. Did he take all the foreign language ancient books from the Sword Pavilion branch? There were 10 mountains in the space ring. She thought about the promise that Pavilion Master Mu had given Su Yu that he could use all kinds of resources at will. Yang Changhong could not help but laugh. This guy is really impolite. But there are so many books, which ones have been translated? Yang Changhong was a little distressed. Over the years, the Sword Pavilion branch had collected foreign language ancient books of divine techniques from the entire Sword Pavilion Sea. The number of books accumulated over the years was astronomical. It would take 10 years to read 10 lines at a glance. She sighed and randomly picked a book. When she opened it, she could not help but be surprised. In the foreign language ancient book, there was an extremely detailed translation of the human language under every line of the foreign language. Every word and sentence was carefully and thoroughly read. She did not miss anything. It can't be, I'm so lucky. I randomly picked a book and found one of the books that he has translated. Yang Changhong blinked, feeling incredulous. She thought for a moment, glanced around, and said to herself, let's see how lucky I am this time. She chuckled and grabbed another book. When she flipped it open, she could not help but smile from ear to ear. Oh my God, another translated book. She flipped from the beginning to the end. It was indeed a complete translation. Let's try again, Yang Changhong said to herself. But this time, Yang Changhong did not think that she would be lucky enough to find 3 translated books in a row. Every book was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was already a miracle to find 2, let alone 3. But what stunned Yang Changhong was that the 3rd book was also a complete translation. Once was luck, twice was luck. Could it be luck for the 3rd time? No matter how muddle-headed she was, she should know that this was not normal. Without thinking, she randomly grabbed the 4th foreign language ancient book. It was also a complete translation. Then, she grabbed the 5th, the 6th, the 7th. The smile on Yang Changhong's face gradually froze and disappeared. What replaced it was shock. Hualala, the more she flipped, the more shocked she became. Every book was a complete translation of the foreign language. In the end, she swept the space ring with her powerful soul power. All the foreign language ancient books in the space ring flew into the sky and opened up. Accompanied by a clattering sound, every ancient book displayed an incomparably clear translation. Looking around, there were more than 1 million foreign language divine arts, and without exception, all of them were translated. Impossible. Yang Changhong was shocked. Because she was too shocked, the soul that went into the space ring began to shake violently. The soul of the main body was affected and could not help but let out a painful groan. Chapter 1654. Buzz. Yang Changhong suddenly opened her eyes, and the soul that had entered the space ring was pulled out and returned to her body. Your soul was disturbed by a space ring, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Mood Songhai was half strict and half warning. Even low-level martial artists who had just entered the martial arts path rarely had their souls disturbed by space rings. Yang Changhong, a level 1 world senior, almost had her soul damaged because of this. It would be a joke if word got out. Unexpectedly, Yang Changhong's face was pale, her eyes dull, and she murmured, Pavilion. Pavilion Master, can you help me enter the space ring and see if my soul is confused? Did I see something wrong? Mood Songhai knew Yang Changhong well, and he was very reliable. What did she see in the space ring that made her so frightened? With a bit of surprise, Mood Songhai probed the interspatial ring and scanned it. His powerful soul immediately scanned through all the books of the non-human kind that were floating in the air. Suddenly, Mood Songhai cried out in horror, how is this possible? 1 million foreign race books were completely translated. This could be achieved by gathering the power of the entire Star Pavilion. However, to complete it in just a few days, even 10 Star Pavilions were far from enough. It took a long time for Yang Changhong to recover, but her chest rose and fell violently like waves. She seemed to be greatly stimulated, and she said incoherently, Pavilion Master, Su Yu, did he do it? Mood Songhai's eyes were full of shock, and he said, Besides him, is there anyone else? But those 1 million books of the outsiders contain at least 10,000 different languages of different races. How could he be proficient in 10,000 languages? Even if he was proficient, how could he have translated all of them in a short time? They did not know that Su Yu had been studying the foreign race language since the beginning of his cultivation, and had already mastered the languages of all races. As for a short time, in the state of time acceleration, Su Yu's 2 days of meditation was equivalent to 3 years of meditation in normal time and space. It was not difficult to translate them. Mu Songhai shook his head blankly. I don't know, I can't understand it at all. The only explanation is that we once stood side by side with a top master. They looked in the direction in which Su Yu had left, but they could only see the boundless ocean. They couldn't find any trace of Su Yu. Pavilion Master, there are so many books of the alien races. It's enough to alarm the entire Star Pavilion. What should we do? Yang Changhong didn't know what to do. It was Mu Songhai's first time encountering such a situation. Based on her experience as a pavilion leader in the past, this was not something a pavilion branch could handle. Therefore, not long after, in front of Pavilion Master Hu's thatched cottage, Mu Songhai stood upright. Mu Songhai greets Lord Hu. Behind the bamboo curtain, Cabinet Master Hu was patiently concocting the pill formula. It was as if he had a special liking for elixirs, even though he was not an expert in alchemy. Pavilion Master Mu, please go back. I can't do anything about Shui Yu's matter. You've been a pavilion master before, so you should understand. Pavilion Master Hu said helplessly. He was very optimistic about Shui Yu, but it was a pity that Shui Yu had offended so many powerful pavilion masters and imperial guards as soon as he entered the headquarters. As a newly promoted pavilion master, he did not have the ability to help him. This is an invitation from the ancient dream altar. The greedy wolf star has sent it back. Do as you see fit. Pavilion Master Hu pushed the letter out. Mu Songhai did not look at the letter at all. Instead, he said, I want to talk about another matter. Oh. Pavilion Master Hu stopped concocting the elixir. Tell me, what's the matter? Pavilion Master, please have a look. Mu Songhai handed over the space ring. Pavilion Master Hu took it and scanned it with his soul. His expression suddenly changed. Where did you get this? He had never seen such a large number of translations of the alien race's divine skills. Shui Yu translated it. He alone. Pavilion Master Hu suddenly stood up, feeling incredulous. Yes. Mu Songhai said. Pavilion Master Hu's expression changed again and again. After a while, he clenched the space ring and pulled open the bamboo curtain. He walked out of the cottage and said with a serious face, let's go. Follow me to see the Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master. This matter needs to be decided by the Pavilion Master, a demon who was likely to be proficient in the languages of the myriad races, not to mention the Pavilion Master. Even the Chief Pavilion Master would be alarmed. In the absolute beginning realm where many civilizations collided, no one could give a clear statement about what it meant to be proficient in the languages of the various races. But, based on the current situation, the various races of the absolute beginning realm attached great importance to the excavation of the alien languages. Even the absolute beginning realm had given birth to a brand new profession called the Sage of Literature. As the name suggested, it was to become a sage through literature and be revered by the various races of the absolute beginning realm. If Su Yu was truly proficient in the languages of the various races, he would be the holy king among the Sage of Literature. His value far exceeded the weight of a pavilion master. How could they dare to conceal such a demon-level talent? Half a day later, they met the pavilion masters. But there was not just one pavilion master, but 3. Although the Star Pavilion had suffered great losses 30,000 years ago, they did not shut themselves away like they used to do in the past. But they also did not show themselves for hundreds of years. Now that all 3 pavilion masters had appeared, it was clear that something extremely sensational must have happened. Not only were Pavilion Master Hu and Mu Songhai here, but also the Imperial Guard, Ravenous Wolfstar, who had been summoned. There was an uncontrollable nervousness hidden in his expression. When he was summoned to the Heavenly Abyss Palace, He only thought that the Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master had awakened and had important instructions. However, he found that all 3 Pavilion Masters had come out of isolation and were all waiting for him. He had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. The indescribable pressure made Ravenous Wolfstar very cautious, no longer as arrogant and unreasonable as he had been at the previous banquet. Ravenous Wolfstar, did you change Xueyu's eligibility to participate in the ancient dream altar without permission? The Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master asked. His expression was very unpleasant. Ravenous Wolfstar's heart thumped. It was indeed because of this. When he saw Pavilion Master Hu and Mood Songhai, he had a hunch that it was related to Xueyu. He was just not very sure. He did not believe that a mere deputy Pavilion Master would alarm all 3 Pavilion Masters to come out. But the truth was like a blow to his head. Yes, it was indeed me, the reason is. Ravenous Wolfstar quibbled. The Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master interrupted him indifferently. We don't want to hear your explanation. Now, I'll give you a chance to atone for your mistake. Bring Xueyu back immediately. Remember, he must be alive. At the same time, do not use forceful means. Ravenous Wolfstar was stunned. Bring Xueyu back. What was wrong with him? The Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master casually threw a jade pendant on the ground. It was Xueyu's Deputy Pavilion Master identity jade pendant. Thanks to you, he was forced to leave. The Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master looked at Ravenous Wolfstar coldly. Ravenous Wolfstar felt a sense of relief. It was better to force him to leave. It was exactly what he wanted. But the question was, why did the Pavilion Masters want him to find Xueyu? Was a mere Deputy Pavilion Master so valuable? Unfortunately, the Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master did not explain. He said, you have 3 months to find Deputy Pavilion Master Xue. If you can't find him, you don't have to come back to the Star Pavilion. What? Ravenous Wolfstar was shocked. They were going to expel him from the Star Pavilion for a mere Deputy Pavilion Master? A trace of anger brewed in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, Ravenous Wolfstar will do his best. But I am also an Imperial Guard. I have to go to the sea area to find him. I need to report to the Chief Pavilion Master first. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master looked at him with pity and said, no need. This is the Chief Pavilion Master's intention. If you can't find Deputy Pavilion Master Xue, don't ever come back. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if countless thunderbolts were bombarding his mind. The Chief Pavilion Master's intention? He was the Chief Pavilion Master's loyal confidant for many years. How could he be driven away? The 3 Pavilion Masters stood up. The Heavenly Abyss Pavilion Master stared at him with displeasure. Maybe you don't know how much damage you have brought to the Star Pavilion because of your abuse of power. The Chief Pavilion Master did not take your life immediately because of your years of service. If you don't want to be removed from the Star Pavilion, go now and find Deputy Pavilion Master Xue. Ravenous Wolfstar recovered from the shock. His heart was extremely confused, and his heart sank. Without thinking, he turned into a meteor and chased after the Star Pavilion Master. His heart was beating wildly, and he yelled anxiously, I hope it's not too late. Suyu went to the northernmost land alone. It was half a year's journey from here. After a day of continuous travel, Suyu's divine energy was depleted. He stopped at an uninhabited deserted island to rest. Big brother, where are we going? Little Jingyu was eating a roasted rabbit leg gracefully. Even though she was only 10 years old, she already displayed the unique elegance of Xia Jingyu. Even when she was eating, she still behaved elegantly. I'm looking for someone, Suyu said. Little Jingyu tilted her head. What a coincidence. I also feel that the direction you are going seems to be a relative of mine. Hey! Suyu stared at Xia Jingyu, and his heart trembled slightly. The relative she mentioned should be from the same race as Xia Jingyu, the goddess clan. However, Suyu could sense her because she had the 5 colors law mark. But what about Xia Jingyu? Without any cultivation, he was actually able to sense an endless distance from afar. He looked at little Jingyu again, and suddenly felt that she had an additional layer of mysterious brilliance that he could not see through. Big brother, what are you looking at? Little Jingyu shyly wiped the oil stains from the corners of her lips. Her pink face was flushed. She was just like the shy Xia Jingyu of the past, who was as shy as a lotus in the rain. Suyu smiled and touched the 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm. A green ray of light fell in front of Xia Jingyu. Uncle will take you to a place, okay? There is a friend who is about the same age as you. Little Xia Jingyu shook her head. I feel that staying in front of you is the safest. It seems like I don't have to worry about anything. However, since you want me to go, I will go. She swayed her petite body and walked into the dark green light. As the light flickered, she was absorbed into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Suyu slowly straightened his body in disappointment. As he looked at the sunrise in the east, a talisman silently fell into his palm. It rotated gently and shone brightly under the rising sun. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yishan. Creak. The sound of someone stepping on a dead tree echoed in the deserted island. Chapter 1655. Suyu had anticipated Yishan's arrival. To be precise, Suyu had deliberately left the headquarters of the Star Pavilion alone to lure Yishan here. As long as you think it's not bad, Suyu said calmly. Yishan sneered coldly, but stood his ground and did not attack. He looked around, as if suspecting that Suyu had set up some ambush. Stop pretending. You have followed me all the way here. Didn't you already know that Mood Songhai did not follow? Suyu smiled faintly as he lifted his leg and slowly rose into the air. A small purplish-black snake the size of a thumb was slowly emerging from the ground, waiting for an opportunity to attack Suyu. Yishan was a cautious person, as could be seen from the banquet. He would not appear unless he was 100% confident. He had been so suspicious to attract Suyu's attention so that he would let his guard down. He had secretly released the small purplish-black snake to attack Suyu. Seeing through his trick, Yishan's face turned cold. Little bastard, I don't believe that you can defeat the Silver Overlord alone. Creak. Before he could attack, Suyu flung out a talisman from his sleeve. It was the extremely powerful fairy execution talisman. The talisman exploded immediately, spitting out a ball of yellow light. Within the ball of light, a giant axe was vaguely seen, slashing out with a whistling sound. Yishan was shocked. A talisman for the attack of the Silver Overlord? Without another word, he immediately used his defensive divine technique. The sea water tumbled and the waves surged like thunder. Blood seeped from the corners of Yishan's mouth. His defensive divine technique had been shattered, and he was barely holding on. This is your hidden trump card. Yishan's murderous intent deepened. Very well, I will personally send you on your way. Endless savagery. The blood mark between Yishan's brows flashed. The intense evil energy in his body seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. The evil energy almost materialized, encircling 1,000 feet around his body. Looking from afar, it was possible to see an ash wolf that was 1,000 feet tall materialize. Howl. With a wolf's howl, the majestic power of savagery engulfed the entire area. The sea surged and the waves tumbled. The ferocious beasts hiding deep in the sea all fled in fear. In terms of deterrence, it was 10 times more powerful than when he had interrupted Suyu's comprehension. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, and the mark of the oil lamp on his chest flickered slightly. A rule was born in Suyu's hands. When the deafening roar came within 3 inches of Suyu, under the influence of the rules, it passed through Suyu's body as if it was hitting the air, leaving no harm behind. Limitless demon faction. Suyu's eyes shone with a cold light, and the beauty under the moonlight fell into his hands. The elegant sword was covered in layers of turbulent demonic energy, which was as black as ink. From afar, it looked like a black crescent moon. As Suyu waved his hand in the air, a tearing sound could be heard. The beauty under the moon left behind a pitch-black remnant mark in the sky. The remnant mark quickly split open like a crack. From within the crack came the cries of the demonic creatures, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was as if that sword had opened the door to the demonic realm. There was also an extremely dangerous sharpness that crossed worlds and descended from the crack. Yishan was still shocked by the fact that Suyu was immune to his soul attack. Then, he was shocked by the strange sword. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Wild God roared as he sensed the danger. What answered him was a pitch-black sword light that shot out from the crack. Poochie, Wild God's head was penetrated by the pitch-black sword light. His head exploded on the spot. However, at that critical moment, Wild God's soul left his body. The evil energy surrounding his body revolved around his soul, and he reconstructed his body as he breathed. It turned out that his original body was also formed by the evil energy and could be abandoned at will. He panted heavily, his face filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had abandoned his body many years ago and replaced it with the evil energy. Otherwise, he would have failed miserably today. Fortunately, the power of that sword is limited and could not destroy my evil energy. Otherwise, Wild God's murderous intent intensified. I think you have no more tricks up your sleeves, right? If that's the case, rest in peace. Wild God, who had transformed into a wolf, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An impact that could disturb one's mind swept across Su Yu. In an instant, Su Yu felt an intense evil energy boiling in his chest, disturbing his mind. If he allowed the evil energy to erupt, his mind would be completely destroyed, and he would become a pure, violent creature. Su Yu did not say a word. His fingers touched the 9-jade spiritual pearl, and the world annihilation plate appeared. Wild God laughed coldly. I have seen the power of this item. A bronze overlord might be afraid of it, but a silver overlord, hey, clang. In the end, Su Yu did not use the world annihilation plate. Instead, he activated the cavern function of the world annihilation plate. He weaved a seal with one hand, and a dark red bloodsword fell from it. As soon as the bloodsword appeared, the entire sea area was illuminated in a blood-red light. At first glance, it was extremely demonic, giving off an ominous feeling. It was like the Azura Blood Sea. The Azura sword. After being suppressed for a long time, the artifact spirit had finally fallen silent. Su Yu could barely use a fraction of the sword's power. As the 9th-ranked Emperor-based saint artifact in the god realm of the 9 Dragons Valley, even a fraction of its power was unimaginable. Holding the sword, Su Yu's eyes shone brightly again. Once again, he performed the limitless demonic path. This time, the crack was 10 times wider. The destructive demonic sword that descended from the world was also 10 times more powerful. Oh no! Wild God's scalp went numb. His manic expression disappeared, and he turned to flee without hesitation. The destructive demonic sword had really descended, and with a single strike, it shattered 20% of the evil energy. Wild God's soul was injured, and he howled in pain. Staring at the blood sword in horror, Wild God fled hastily. Su Yu snapped his fingers, and a pair of small black and white wings appeared in the space of the Buddha pearl. As soon as they entered Su Yu's body, the yin and yang energies appeared on top of Su Yu's head. It was the long-lost yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, Su Yu said calmly, and the yin and yang energies around him became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of billions of miles away. Wild God sprinted all the way. The Silver Overlord's speed was so fast that it was as if he was passing through space barriers. With a single thought, he could travel 1 billion miles. After leaping 10 times in a row, Wild God heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Right at that moment, he suddenly noticed a young man standing alone on the peak of a mountain 100 million miles away. With his left hand behind his back, he held the blood sword in his right hand and waved it in the air. Creak. The gate of the demonic dimension opened again, and another destructive demonic sword descended. Wild God screamed, and another 20% of his evil energy was destroyed. Another high-grade true Emperor divine weapon? You are not a mere deputy pavilion master. Who are you? A true Emperor divine weapon was not rare among the overlords. However, a high-grade true Emperor divine weapon was almost impossible for a gold overlord, let alone a silver overlord. It was already shocking enough for a mere deputy pavilion master to possess one. Having two was enough to prove his extraordinary status. At that moment, Wild God's heart was filled with regret. Only now did he realize that the person who came to kill him alone was not a nobody, but a mysterious person who had hidden himself well. What answered him was Su Yu's indifferent pursuit. Ah! In his desperation, Wild God fled like a stray dog. Shui Yu, I am the deputy pavilion master of the Star Pavilion. If you kill me, no matter who you are, you will not be able to escape from the Star Pavilion. Another 20% of his evil energy was destroyed. He was left with the last 20% of his evil energy to protect his body. Wait. I admit defeat, I surrender. I shouldn't have interrupted your comprehension. You can ask for any compensation you want. Su Yu shook his head coldly. You can't afford it. With a swing of the sword, the last 20% of his evil energy was destroyed. Only a soul was left, fleeing in fear and despair. However, how could it escape from Su Yu, whose strength had been restored to its peak? Time and space freeze. Su Yu took a step forward, and time and space descended. Wild God's soul was frozen on the spot, unable to move. Only his mind could move. He was horrified. Space divine path aside, he was even proficient in the time divine path. Impossible. The time divine path is one of the 8 supreme profound meanings of the Great Path. It is the most impossible for anyone to master it. How could anyone cultivate it successfully? Wild God murmured in disbelief. You won't know, Su Yu's voice echoed in his mind. Then, his soul was oppressed by the time and space. Amid the violent tremors, he passed out on the spot. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He took Wild God's soul and quickly left the scene. Several hours later, the ravenous wolf star arrived at lightning speed. He grabbed at the air, and a handful of remnant evil energy gathered in his palm. Wild God is dead. The ravenous wolf star was shocked. Shui Yu has the ability to kill the ravenous wolf star? He did not think that Su Yu could set up an ambush from hundreds of millions of miles away, given Wild God's cautiousness. He felt a chill in his heart. If such a person was nurtured by the Star Pavilion, would there be a place for the ravenous wolf star? He finally understood why the 3 pavilion masters had shown up. Even the chief pavilion master had asked the ravenous wolf star to find Shui Yu. After pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, I might as well not return to the Star Pavilion. I should consider the recruitment of that lord. After some analysis, the ravenous wolf star had given up on finding Su Yu and intended to join another force. Thousands of years of hard work, all for naught overnight. Shui Yu, oh, Shui Yu, you have caused me so much trouble. Since the ravenous wolf star had decided to betray the Star Pavilion, Su Yu's life and death were no longer important. Use your dead body to claim credit from that lord. You can at least recoup some of your losses. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to borrow Su Yu's head to claim credit from his new master. With a gaze like lightning, the ravenous wolf star glanced in the direction where Su Yu had escaped. With a cold snort, he teleported away. On an uninhabited island, Su Yu rested for a while to recover the divine energy he had lost in the previous battle. It seemed like he had won a great victory, but only he knew that his current cultivation was too low. He had forcefully used many divine techniques and divine weapons, which had consumed a great deal of his energy. He could barely hold on. Fortunately, Yishan had no other backup plans. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would have been the one to fall today. Phew. Now that I have unleashed my full strength, I can barely deal with a silver overlord. Through the battle just now, Su Yu secretly analyzed. However, Su Yu did not think that he had the ability to compete with a silver overlord. Among the sub-pavilions under Pavilion Master whose jurisdiction, Yishan's strength was only considered average. Among the many silver overlords, he was even less powerful. At least compared to Zhao Fu, he was much weaker. I can't expose many of my divine techniques and divine weapons. It would be fine if I were to fight alone, but if I were to fight in public, I'm afraid I would be held back, and my strength would be greatly reduced. Su Yu was not arrogant. He was very clear about his own shortcomings. I still need to continue to improve my strength, Su Yu said to himself. After thinking for a while, he took out Yishan's storage device. It was a walnut-shaped object. This was the first time Su Yu had obtained the storage device of such a high-level enemy. He wondered what kind of amazing items he had in his collection. He was about to examine it when his eyebrows twitched without warning. A feeling of the ups and downs of fate surged in his heart. Su Yu's expression turned solemn. He immediately put away the storage device and looked around with narrowed eyes. That was a sign of impending danger. Chapter 1656. Who is it? Su Yu pondered. Wild God's sneak attack did not trigger any ripples from the line of fate. It was enough to prove that the newcomer was 1,000 times more dangerous than Wild God. There was only one person who bore a great grudge against Su Yu and was extremely powerful. Greedy Wolfstar. If it was him. Su Yu's heart shuddered. He looked around. Everywhere he looked, he could feel the fluctuations of destiny varying in intensity. Behind him, in the direction of the Star Pavilion, the fluctuation of fate was the most obvious. The northernmost direction was where the fluctuations of fate were the weakest. With the yin and yang energies flickering around him, Su Yu disappeared in the direction of the extreme north. Almost at the same time, the ravenous Wolfstar noticed Su Yu's unusual movements, and it laughed sinisterly. You are quite alert, aren't you? But can we escape? North-gazing greedy wolf, he let out a low roar, and a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows into the depths of the sky. Su Yu, who was in the midst of teleportation, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northern end. It was clearly early in the morning, and the bright light was shining brightly. At the extreme end of the northernmost region, a strangely damaged star had unexpectedly appeared. The ravenous wolf star? Su Yu suddenly felt a sense of danger. That should have been the location of the Sirius star, but no matter how strong the starlight was, it couldn't be stronger than the light of the sun. As expected, the star grew stronger and stronger. Rumbling sounds that could shatter the heavens rushed over from the north. What followed was a meteor that was getting clearer and clearer. Peng, in just a few moments, the meteor crashed down with the force of shattering continents. Coincidentally, the place where it landed was exactly where Su Yu was. The powerful pressure made the divine blood in Su Yu's body boil, and the mark of the oil lamp on his chest flickered. Streams of blood gushed out from Su Yu's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Drops of divine blood oozed out of Su Yu's pores, causing Su Yu to lose momentum. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. If he was really hit by the meteor, he would definitely die. Was this the strength of a pavilion leader? From billions of miles away, he could behead someone with a single thought. Su Yu tried to move his legs. However, under the powerful pressure, it was as if his legs were being grabbed by something, making it extremely difficult for him to move. Open. At the critical moment, Su Yu took out the divine nine-dragon cauldron and smashed it toward the meteorite. Crackle, an earth-shattering roar that shook the sea of constellations reverberated through the air. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the blood of ancient god Nine-Dragon flew out and splashed onto the meteor. The mighty power contained in the god's blood tore the meteor into pieces. However, when the meteorite collided with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the deafening rumble caused Su Yu's body to be covered in cracks. Pillar after pillar of blood sprayed out, dyeing him a bloody man in an instant. Shortly after, a powerful shock wave swept Su Yu into the sea. Su Yu held onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron tightly as he sank all the way to the bottom of the sea. The violent impact caused Su Yu's body to be severely injured. What was serious was that he couldn't use the Tai Chi yin-yang wings again. Su Yu's gaze changed several times as he sensed the growing sense of danger. In the end, he uncharacteristically stored the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the Tai Chi yin-yang wings, the nine-jade spiritual pearl on his arm, and the Buddha bead space on his wrist. The white crystal in the soul space. Almost as soon as he finished doing this, a powerful aura that could shake one's soul cut through the sea and descended on the scene. Within the aura, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his face filled with murderous intent. Greedy Wolfstar. Trying to escape from the hands of this imperial guard? You must be dreaming. Greedy Wolfstar sneered as he looked up and down at Su Yu's severe injuries. He said, "You are very strange. You are still alive after taking a blow from me. Do you need me to move my finger again?" He stretched out a finger and pointed it at Su Yu. A beam of death shot out from the fingertip. With this finger, Su Yu had no chance of surviving. Wait. Suyu shouted. Can you give me 3 breaths time? Greedy Wolf Star sneered coldly. What's the reason? The reason is that if you give me 3 breaths time, I will give you an infinitely bright future, far better than the treatment you receive in the Starry Pavilion. Ha 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 ha, you are very arrogant, but I have to say, putting aside our hostile relationship, you are indeed worthy of my admiration, Greedy Wolfstar said. Then, I will give you 3 breaths time. His eyes were filled with mockery and playfulness. I will count to 3. If you can't convince me, I will send you to heaven, Greedy Wolfstar said. He raised 1 finger, no, 3 fingers, and said, 3. Time is up. Unfortunately, you can't convince me. Go on your way. He did not intend to give Suyu a chance at all. The so-called 3 breaths time was just to tease Suyu before he died. In his eyes, Suyu was as humble as an ant, not worth mentioning. What right did such a creature have to ask for 3 breaths time? I am the Pathmaster's disciple. Puff. The beam of death had been shot out. However, when the words fell into the Greedy Wolfstar's ears, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed the beam of light that was about to pierce through Suyu and extinguished it. He stared at Suyu with a burning gaze. Say that again. Suyu raised his head, his face calm. I am the Pathmaster's disciple. The Pathmaster was the supreme existence above the great path rules. Not to mention their disciples, even the grass and wood they used were noble and out of this world. In the past, there was a Pathmaster in the Sea of Constellations. He was the famous Brahma Pathmaster of the Great Beginning Realm. He stayed in the South Sea for 10 years, meditating on the Zen. Near where he stayed, there was a nameless small bamboo. For 10 years, the small bamboo listened to the Brahma Pathmaster's chanting of Buddhist scriptures and comprehending the heavens and earth. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, an ordinary divine bamboo developed spiritual intelligence and became a spirit of the world. It continued to grow, and finally, a supreme existence that shocked the Sea of Constellations was born from within the divine bamboo. It was the Purple Dream Divine Warrior. In just 10 short years, the ordinary wood was influenced by the Pathmaster and gave birth to the divine warrior of heaven and earth. The power of the Pathmaster was unfathomable. How could he not be shocked when he heard Suyu call himself the Pathmaster's disciple? Which Pathmaster? The Greedy Wolfstar looked incredulous. The Pathmaster was so powerful. Which disciple of his wasn't a dragon among men and famous all over the world? How could he be a nobody in the Sea of Constellations? The sinful Lady Pathmaster, Suyu said calmly. The Greedy Wolfstar looked unfamiliar. The sinful Lady Pathmaster? He had a dangerous look in his eyes. Are you lying to me? There is no sinful Lady Pathmaster in the ecliptic Great Hall. Suyu was unperturbed. He pointed to his own soul. If you don't believe me, you can search my soul. He opened up part of the memory in his soul and allowed the Greedy Wolfstar to search it. With the Greedy Wolfstar's strength, going through the memory was a piece of cake. The Greedy Wolfstar didn't dare to take it lightly. After a moment of contemplation, he entered Suyu's memory nervously. What he saw was a woman whose facial features couldn't be seen clearly. Her figure was graceful and peerless, and her whole body was filled with an irresistible aura. Although he didn't know the woman's true appearance, she made people immerse themselves in her, unable to extricate themselves. When the Greedy Wolfstar woke up with a start, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. When he followed the Star Pavilion's chief pavilion master and met the 3 pavilion masters, he never had such an illusion. But the woman in front of him, he swallowed hard and continued to watch. With Suyu in tow, the woman effortlessly killed a being who claimed to be the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Emperor. Then, she easily killed an unfamiliar mysterious underworld Pathmaster. Finally, she effortlessly destroyed the Pathmaster's divine kingdom of a red-clothed woman. The scene of destruction with a wave of her hand and foot deeply shook the Greedy Wolfstar. He hadn't seen the Pathmaster in action, but he had no doubt that the woman was a terrifying Pathmaster. How is it? Suyu closed the memory. His current soul attainments had already reached the point where he could seal part of his soul at will. He only showed the Greedy Wolfstar a part of the memory that he wanted to show. The Greedy Wolfstar recovered from the shock and stared at Suyu, his eyes flickering for a long time. Is your relationship really that of a master and a disciple? I don't think so, the greedy wolf star said. In the memory, although the two of them were always together, they didn't have the etiquette and manners that a master and a disciple should have. Suyu smiled calmly. My master took me to settle the score with the pathmasters and emperors who hunted me down in the past. Naturally, she didn't treat me well. The greedy wolf star was still suspicious. He looked at Suyu again and said, wait, why are the names, bodies, and appearances in your memory different from what they are now? Suyu already had an excuse. That's because my master asked me to train from the beginning. Really? The greedy wolf star was skeptical. Even if Suyu wasn't that scary woman's disciple, there should be some kind of intimate relationship between them. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that a high and mighty pathmaster would bring a lowly ordinary person along with him. The greedy wolf star's eyes flickered again and again as he squinted. Traces of cold light flickered in his eyes as he said in a horrifying voice, don't you think that's exactly why I should kill you? I don't want to be enemies with a pathmaster. Suyu's eyes flickered with a profound light. Why don't you change your mind? For example, if you help me train, you can get closer to that pathmaster. Bang! Bang! Although he had already guessed it, the greedy wolf star's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he heard it from Suyu. His mouth was a little dry, but he pretended to be calm and snorted coldly. You want to deceive me? Based on our relationship, if you really meet that pathmaster's master, you only need to mention what I've done to you in front of her, and she can consign me to eternal damnation. Do you think I'm so easy to deceive? Suyu's eyes flickered as he asked, dare I ask, is there any irreconcilable hatred between you and me? The greedy wolf star could barely contain his excitement. He asked tentatively, are you saying that you don't mind if I remove your right to participate in the ancient dream altar? Do you think a mere ancient dream altar is attractive to a disciple of the pathmaster like me? Suyu said indifferently. With the pathmaster as his backing, he wouldn't even care about 10,000 ancient dream altars. The greedy wolf star was completely moved. He retracted his imposing manner and cupped his fists at Suyu, his face full of joy. Lord Shui, thank you for not despising me. In the future, when you see the evil woman, you must put in a good word for me. You and I don't know each other without a fight, so there's no need to call me Lord. How about we call each other brothers? Besides, my real name is Suyu. Since you already know, you can call me Brother Su. Suyu was exceptionally amiable and approachable. The greedy wolf star rubbed his hands. Haha, how can I do that? You are a disciple of the Pathmaster. How can I treat you as an equal? Why don't you just call me young master? I'm the greedy wolf star, and I'm willing to serve you. Suyu rubbed his hands and accepted it helplessly. All right, when I see my master's family in the future, I'll ask her to compensate you. Thank you, young master. The greedy wolf star beamed. Suyu was secretly amused. If he really met the evil woman, he wouldn't even have time to escape. How could he ask her to compensate him? Not only did he survive, he even got a free fighter. As one of the 9 great imperial guards of the Starry Pavilion's General Pavilion Master, his strength wasn't just a little bit stronger. He was very close to the level of an emperor. According to the classification of the Overlord levels, he should have reached the highest level of the Overlords, the Glazed Crystal Overlord. Chapter 1657. Ravenous Wolf, have you betrayed the Star Pavilion? Suyu asked. From his words just now, he had no intention of returning to the Star Pavilion. Ravenous Wolf Star said awkwardly, if you are willing to return to the Star Pavilion, then there is no need to betray us. Tell me the details. Hearing that the Star Pavilion's 3 great pavilion masters and even the chief pavilion master were alarmed, Suyu immediately gave up on the idea of returning to the Star Pavilion. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. It was not a good thing to be in the limelight. Returning to the Star Pavilion now and exposing himself to the 3 great pavilion masters and the chief pavilion master was not a wise move. After thinking for a long time, Suyu's eyes shone with nostalgia. My strength has returned to its peak, and my identity should be restored. It is better not to return to the Star Pavilion. From now on, there is no more Shui Yu, only Suyu, he said slowly. It is a pity that my body cannot return to its former state. It is still troublesome. Suyu secretly sighed. After all, it was not his own body, and his heart was full of regret. Ravenous Wolfstar rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to rebuild your former body, it is not difficult. There is a special hot spring in the northern snow sea. After bathing, your body can be integrated into the spring water. As long as your soul is not destroyed, you can rebuild a new body with a single thought. Even your breath can be changed." Suyu was surprised. The Great Beginning Realm even had such a thing. This method was comparable to possession, and it could save him from the side effects of possession. If that is the case, doesn't that mean those who are being hunted by the paper pavilion or those who are evil can use this hot spring to change their appearance? Ravenous Wolfstar nodded. In theory, yes. However, that hot spring is not for everyone to use. It requires the approval of the Snow Dragon King. Every year, no more than 10 people are eligible to use that hot spring. 10 people? Suyu frowned slightly. How can I get the approval of the Snow Dragon King? It is not difficult, but it is not easy either. Ravenous Wolfstar said, the Snow Dragon King celebrates her birthday every year. It would be easy to bring her a gift to make her happy. A gift? Suyu pondered. As a dignified divine warrior of heaven and earth, how vast must his knowledge and experience be? It was indeed not an easy task to move her and make her happy. However, Suyu had the language of the different races, so it was not impossible for him to create an amazing gift. Let's go, the northern snow sea. 5 days later, a divine figure carrying a huge yellow sword on his back walked over. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the area where Suyu had crashed into the seabed. A hoarse and persistent voice came out of his mouth. Found you. You killed my son and destroyed my Jian Xian. There was a small sword that looked like a stone sword spinning in his palm. The small sword was like a compass, as it spun unceasingly. Every time it stopped, it would accurately lock onto Suyu's position. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the extreme north and said hoarsely, "You can't escape." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several powerful auras from the Star Pagoda suddenly descended and surrounded him. Jian Ruxiong took a closer look and could not help but be shocked. Mood Songhai? Why are you here? The Ravenous Wolfstar went looking for Suyu, but he never returned. The Star Pavilion sent Mood Songhai, leading the Silver Overlord powerhouses of the pavilion to investigate. In the end, they discovered that Wild God had died tragically and that Xueyu had left behind serious injuries. After this matter was reported, it attracted a lot of attention. Some people suspected that it was a third party who was trying to reap the benefits, which was why such a strange situation had occurred. Therefore, they ordered a group of people to stay in the dark and wait for the heir. In the end, the higher-ups were right. Mood Songhai's face was full of murderous intent as he shouted, "Jian Ruxiong, how dare you chase me to the headquarters of the Starry Cabinet to kill Suyu? Tell me, how is he now?" Jian Ruxiong was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? I have just arrived here. How can I do anything to Suyu? Besides, I am not here to kill Suyu. I am just passing by. Seeing that Jian Ruxiong's expression was evasive, Mood Songhai laughed angrily. Passing by? Do you believe it yourself? Guards! Take him down and bring him back to the Star Pavilion for interrogation. Jian Ruxiong was shocked and said hurriedly, "Wait, I am innocent." What answered him was a rainstorm of divine techniques. Amidst the wild bombardment, Jian Ruxiong's miserable screams reverberated. After a few rounds of fighting, Jian Ruxiong was trampled under the feet of several silver overlords. Jian Ruxiong, who had just vowed to avenge his son, was suddenly as miserable as a bear. With a sad face, he said, "Pavilion Master Mu, I swear to God, I am really innocent." Mood Songhai did not listen to him at all and waved his hand. "Take him away. After he is taken to prison, there is no need to ask any questions, just have a taste of torture first. I have met this person before, he will not give up until he is dead." Jian Ruxiong shouted in grief and indignation, "I am innocent. Take him away." Jian Ruxiong's miserable cries reverberated in the sky, and then there was no trace of them. The northern snow sea was located in the extremely cold area. The sea was frozen into a thick layer of ice. There were no living creatures, not even ships. At a glance, the sea was barren and deserted. Only thousands of chains crossed the ice field and reached an iceberg. All of the creatures walked on the chains and advanced towards the ice mountain. This ice is not ordinary. A young man stood in front of the chains with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood an existence whose aura was concealed like that of a mortal. He said, "The temporary imperial residence of the snow dragon divine warrior is obviously different. The surroundings of the temporary imperial residence seem to be ice, but it is actually ancient mysterious ice crystals. Even if the bronze overlord fell into the ice below, he would be frozen inside forever. Why is no one flying over?" Suyu looked at the empty sky. He did not feel any seals. The middle-aged man said, "That is because the nearby cold energy is extremely unstable and could erupt at any time, affecting space and creating nothingness. If anyone were to fly nearby, the consequences would be unimaginable." Suyu was shocked. What kind of powerful cold energy could affect space and create nothingness? Nothingness was something that even the incredible crystal overlord could not completely deal with. Only these chain bridges were personally made by the snow dragon divine warrior. Walking on them would not be affected by the eruption of cold energy. Suyu thought as he sized up the incredible ice crystals. Where did the cold energy here come from? Such a powerful cold energy should not come from nowhere. Moreover, could a divine warrior of heaven and earth really be so generous? Suyu was deeply doubtful. "Get out of the way." Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind them. Suyu turned his head to look. It was a carriage driven by a ferocious beast. It was barreling through the crowd of people preparing to cross the incredible crystal ice lake. Along the way, many people were knocked off their feet and scolded angrily. However, when they saw the insignia on the carriage, they all shut their mouths. No one dared to make any noise. Suyu sensed that something was amiss, so he wisely chose to step aside. The carriage brushed past Suyu's shoulder. A corner of the carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing the people inside. They were a group of young men and women with varying levels of cultivation. Overall, they were considered outstanding. Especially in some small places, their talents would be among the best. Suyu was puzzled. Those young men and women did not look like the owners of the carriage. "That carriage seems to have a powerful background," Suyu said. Unexpectedly, the ravenous wolf star snorted disdainfully. "It's no big deal. It's just a bunch of clowns. They're just trying to swindle people. They only prey on the geniuses of small places." Suyu did not mind at all. "Young master, I have 2 or 3 old friends in the city. One of them has a high status there. Why don't we use her for the time being?" Suyu shook his head. "Based on your current relationship with the Starry Pavilion, it's better to keep a low profile. Let's just choose a remote inn." The ravenous wolf star's face was full of praise. He thought to himself, as expected of the sinful Lady Pathmaster's disciple. Under his guidance, they came to a remote inn. Upon entering the courtyard of the inn, Suyu was surprised to find the carriage that had been barreling through the crowd. There were several other carriages parked in the courtyard. This must be the meeting point for them. Suyu did not want to get into trouble for no reason. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go somewhere else." Suddenly, the dark red jade pendant on Suyu's waist sensed something and trembled slightly. "This is..." Suyu looked around and fixed his gaze on the inn. The jade pendant had been given to him by an old friend. If there were no accidents, she should be on the Twin Star Island. Or, she might have been moved to the Random Star Island by the Sword Pavilion branch. No matter where she was, she shouldn't be in the extreme north, which was 100 billion miles away. Liu. How could she be here? Suyu stared at the inn. The jade pendant sensed something from the inn. Suyu asked the ravenous wolf star, "Tell me in detail. What is going on with the owner of the carriage?" The ravenous wolf star was taken aback. He did not expect Suyu to be interested in such a thing. He said, to put it simply, it is human trafficking. However, they only abduct young men and women from small places who are slightly talented, lack knowledge, and yearn for the outside world. People from small places are not necessarily stupid. How could they be fooled so easily? Ha ha. The ravenous wolf star laughed and shook his head. What's so strange about that? There are many ways to deceive people. For example, in the name of recruiting disciples, they pretend to be decent. Some even assign tasks to their prey to convince them that they have caught the eye of some great force. Clatter. Su Yu clearly remembered that Li Yu had broken into the cave of 10,000 dragons to snatch the stone dragon bone sword. She was carrying out some kind of task. Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji, who were with her, also had so-called tasks. When he sensed carefully, he really sensed the vague auras of the other two. I guess these people who have been deceived are still in the dark. The ravenous wolf star mocked, not noticing Su Yu's strange expression at all. He asked in a low voice, "What are the consequences of being deceived?" The ravenous wolf star became cautious and said hesitantly, "The consequences depend on the person. If it is a man, there is a high probability that he will be sent to the palace of the Snow Dragon King, and his whereabouts are unknown. But if it is a woman, especially a beautiful one, it is almost certain that she will be sent to the bottom of the mysterious ice crystal lake to mine the mysterious ice crystals. In general, the outcome is very bleak, and 9 out of 10 will die." Su Yu's face became more and more gloomy. His last conversation with Li Yu echoed in his mind. Confinement not only restricts one's vision, but also one's ambition. The Twin Star Island is just a drop in the ocean. My ambition is to overlook the world and roam the 9 heavens. Even if my soul dies in a foreign land, I will not regret it. My qualifications may be mediocre, but the road is under my feet. If I keep walking, I will eventually see prosperity that I have never seen before. Shui Yu, can you understand me? Scenes flashed before his eyes. At that time, Li Yu was very much like him when he had just entered the martial path. Humble, weak, but strong as a moth, stubbornly looking for a future. However, her wish was mercilessly trampled on by reality. Stopping in his tracks, Su Yu turned around and walked towards the inn with a heavy heart. Chapter 1658. The inside of the inn was another world. The seemingly small and remote inn was vast inside, like a mountain river, with palaces and gardens everywhere, beautiful and magnificent. Ordinary remote inns would not be decorated like this. Su Yu stood at the entrance of the inn, carefully sensing. There were only the breaths of Bai Hua Fairy and Lu Tianji, but no Li Yu. There was only Li Yu's jade pendant. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyelids twitched. Bai Hua Fairy's breath suddenly disappeared from his senses. There were usually only 2 possibilities for this to happen. One was that she was suddenly killed and her breath was erased. The second was that she was thrown into another space and her breath was isolated. Judging from the current situation, the second possibility was more likely. There's no time to lose, let's go take a look immediately. Su Yu locked onto Lu Tianji's direction and leapt inside. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step forward, he stopped abruptly. Through his X-ray vision, he saw an invisible spider-web-like object blocking the entrance. This object did not have much power to speak of, but was used for warning. The slightest touch would alert the strong man who laid out the spiderweb. After a moment of contemplation, a rule appeared on Su Yu's chest and surrounded his body. Then, Su Yu's body quickly shrank and turned into a mosquito. This was the transformation rule. Under the blessing of the rule, he could change his form at will, of course, only temporarily and not permanently. The ravenous wolf star's expression suddenly changed. He was the glazed crystal overlord, very close to the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Although he could not use the rule like the divine warriors of heaven and earth, he could keenly sense the rule. Just now, he clearly sensed the fluctuation of the rule near Su Yu's body. This discovery surprised him and made him even more certain of Su Yu's identity. A mere level 3 Cavern World Senior could actually use the rule. At this moment, if someone said he was not a disciple of the Pathmaster, he would not believe it. "Wait for me outside," Su Yu said. Flying into the cavern, following his senses, Su Yu quickly came to a palace. This was where Lu Tianji's breath was. Li Yu's jade pendant was also here. Landing on the eaves, Su Yu did not have to deliberately look to find Lu Tianji. Surprisingly, The situation where he was bound and abused as he imagined did not happen. Instead, a group of scenes that were not suitable for children entered his eyes. In a hot spring filled with petals, Lu Tianji was bathing under the service of several beautiful girls. Even Su Yu, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Sister, don't touch there." Oh, Su Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he transformed back into his human form and coughed softly a few times. "Brother Lu, although women are beautiful, you should know when to stop." The sudden voice was a wet blanket. Lu Tianji was shocked. He looked up and saw Su Yu stepping on the eaves and slowly descending. The faces of the 4 naked maidens, who were originally beaming with happiness, suddenly became stern. They glared at Su Yu and shouted, "Who are you?" Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "It's none of your business. Step aside for now." The 4 maids spat out pitch-black poisonous needles from their mouths. Their cultivations were only level 1 cavern world venerables. How could they get close to Su Yu? He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and caught all 4 needles. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a powerful divine power descended, suppressing all of them to the ground and rendering them unable to move. Lu Tianji was surprised. "Shui Yu, why are you here?" Su Yu landed grumpily and said, "If you didn't come, Brother Lu's yang energy would have been sucked dry." His eyes flashed, and a tyrannical soul fluctuation swept out. Some kind of ripple was shattered on the surface of the 4 beautiful maidens, and their beautiful appearances underwent a shocking change. All 4 of them had black skin, their eyes were red and swollen like an apple, and their mouths were jagged like the teeth of a dog. Their limbs were densely covered in scales, and their fingertips were filled with long and ferocious claws. Lu Tianji took one look and almost fainted. Lu Tianji felt nauseated as he recalled that the one who had behaved that way to him was such a terrifying creature. My God, how could this be? Lu Tianji's lips trembled, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. Su Yu said, "They should be the rarer dream concubines, born with secret techniques. The yang harvesting technique is not a problem." Wretch, Lu Tianji vomited on the spot and said tremblingly, "Brother Shui, please keep this a secret for me." Su Yu could not help but laugh. "Definitely. No. Swear. This matter concerns my reputation in this life," Lu Tianji said with a serious expression. Su Yu smiled and said, "All right, Brother Lu, the most important thing now is to get you out of here. There are some things I want to ask you." Looking at the 4 ugly dream concubines, Lu Tianji wished he could teleport away immediately. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Shui." In a few breaths, Su Yu brought Lu Tianji away and disappeared. Outside, the ravenous wolf-star said, "You didn't encounter any danger, did you?" "I don't think we were discovered." "Let's go somewhere else to talk," Su Yu said. Half a day later, in a restaurant. After Lu Tianji had calmed down, Su Yu asked, "Brother Lu, do you know that you were actually kidnapped and sold?" "Huh?" Lu Tianji exclaimed, "Kidnapped and sold? I am a disciple chosen by the prestigious Orthodox Snow Shadow faction, and have gone through many trials. How could I be kidnapped and sold?" "Prestigious Orthodox faction? Then what about the dream concubines?" Su Yu asked. Lu Tianji was startled. That must be a misunderstanding, is that so?" Su Yu's expression was serious. "Then what about the missing Li Yu and Bai Hua fairy?" "What?" Lu Tianji slammed the table and stood up. "The 2 of them are missing? Impossible, I entered the inn with them, how could they disappear?" But thinking of the strange dream concubines that the Snow Shadow faction had arranged for him, Lu Tianji was horrified. Su Yu took out the dark red jade pendant from his waist. "Li Yu's personal jade pendant, why is it on you?" A beeping sound could be heard from Lu Tianji's chest. It was Li Yu's jade pendant responding. Lu Tianji was stunned. He took it out and said, "This was temporarily given to me by Li Yu after we entered the inn. She said it was not safe to keep it on her." In terms of ability, Lu Tianji was indeed slightly stronger. However, no matter what, how could he let an outsider take care of his personal belongings? 2 pieces of jade pendant appeared at the same time. Their auras were drawn together, forming a phantom in the air. As for the Phantom Master, It was none other than Li Yu. Fortunately, this was a private room with excellent soundproofing and visual isolation. Li Yu. Lu Tianji was shocked. The phantom said, "Lu Tianji, you are proficient in divination. I will leave the jade pendant with you. I hope you can discover the information I left in it." Hearing this, Lu Tianji suddenly understood. "I am being monitored and cannot tell you face to face. I can only convey it to you through this method. I hope it is not too late when you discover the information in the jade pendant." Li Yu's tone was urgent. "If you activate the information in this jade pendant, please escape with Bai Hua Fairy immediately. Don't ask why, leave quickly before it is too late." The illusion came to an abrupt end. Lu Tianji stood absent-mindedly, his expression stiff. Su Yu sighed. It seemed like he did not know where Li Yu had gone. "Brother Lu, return to the sword pavilion as soon as possible. I will take my leave first." Without waiting for Lu Tianji to regain his senses, Su Yu had already left. Lu Tianji's face was dejected and worried. Is Li Yu still alive? He. Suddenly, a giggle sounded from the depths of his mind. "You should worry about yourself first." Immediately after, Lu Tianji's head shook violently. His soul was attacked and he fainted on the spot. Inside Lu Tianji's body, a woman's soul emerged. Her figure was enchanting and exceptionally alluring. Attached to Lu Tianji's body, she giggled, "Handsome little fool, you are still too young to escape from my palm." She looked in the direction where Su Yu had left, her eyes filled with a strange look. "That young lad seems not bad too. Soft skin and tender flesh, and a very special soul. I like him." With a curl of her palm, the woman's soul grabbed Lu Tianji and disappeared. Su Yu returned to the inn again. From what Lu Tianji said, it seemed that Li Yu had not left after entering the inn. Then her disappearance was the same as Bai Hua Fairy's, abruptly entering some space. The entrance to that space must be in the inn. He looked at the ravenous wolf-star, only to see the ravenous wolf-star frowning slightly, saying, "This group of swindlers doesn't seem quite right." "Why do you say so?" Su Yu asked. The ravenous wolf-star said, "As far as I know, the young men and women abducted in the past are usually sent away immediately. This is the first time such a group has gathered here." Su Yu shook his head. "No matter what, let's find Li Yu first." He once again turned into a mosquito and burrowed into the inn. The ravenous wolf-star was waiting outside. Since it is another space, then there must be a space entrance nearby. Su Yu thought to himself, immediately using the law of space to sense the surroundings. Soon, a wisp of space fluctuation came. Su Yu's face showed a little joy, but he was slightly surprised that the space fluctuation was not elsewhere, but the place where Lu Tianji was bathing. There! Su Yu was extremely surprised. With suspicion, Su Yu returned to the hot spring, and the 4 suppressed Mengji were nowhere to be found. Above the hot spring, there was a faint space fluctuation. With a slight movement in his heart, Su Yu displayed a trace of space magical power. Above the hot spring, a halo entrance appeared, leading to another space. An extremely cold chill hit him in the face. The hot spring outside immediately froze into ice. Hiss! Su Yu shivered and had to use his divine power to protect his body. Immediately, he jumped in. What he saw was a world of ice filled with ice. Everywhere, there were ice walls that were believed to have been carved out, leading to the extreme depths. Along the way, there were countless corpses and bones frozen in the ice walls. Li Yu. Su Yu sensed Li Yu's breath not far ahead. With a thought, he teleported over and found himself in front of a huge ice lake. All the cold air came from the ice lake. Thick pieces of ice floated on the ice lake, and countless women risked their lives to fish out the ice from the lake. Black ice. Su Yu was surprised. Those lakes were all black ice. Thinking back to what the ravenous wolf-star had said, all the abducted women were sent to fish for the black ice crystals. Crash! Suddenly, a woman jumped out from the bottom of the lake. Her whole body was covered in ice, and she was shivering from the cold. The protective divine power on the surface of her body had been eroded by the cold air. Li Yu. Su Yu was delighted. He was about to step forward, but he found that Li Yu was holding an ice coffin in her hand. As soon as the coffin appeared, all the women present stopped mining and knelt before the ice coffin, trembling. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the lake, which had been very noisy, became quiet. Chapter 1659. The rumors that the ravenous wolf star knew might not all be true. However, no matter what, Li Yu was safe. This trip had not been in vain. Swoosh. While the women were kneeling, Su Yu used his space magic to teleport Li Yu over. During the teleportation process, Su Yu felt that the space transfer was exceptionally difficult, very different from the past. Fortunately, he managed to bring Li Yu over. With a sizzling sound, a space vortex appeared in front of Su Yu. Li Yu, who was at a loss, fell out of it. Su Yu grabbed her back with his right hand, ready to take her away immediately. The moment his hand touched her, Su Yu felt extremely heavy, as if hundreds of stars were in his hand. Without realizing it, Su Yu's body suddenly fell with Li Yu. Law of weightlessness. Su Yu clenched his fist and created the law of weightlessness. Everything within 3 feet of him lost gravity. Only then was he able to stop his fall and hold Li Yu back. When he looked at Li Yu carefully, he was surprised to find that her right hand was still holding the ice coffin. This thing was so heavy that it made one's hair stand on end. Who is it? A shrill roar suddenly erupted from the bottom of the lake. The oppressive pressure shook one's soul. Su Yu's body shook violently, and he could not help but be shocked. This deterrent power far exceeded that of the Silver Overlord. Crash! The water tumbled violently, and huge bubbles emerged from the surface, bursting rapidly. It seemed that something powerful was about to appear. Before he could explore what was in the ice coffin, Su Yu kicked the ice coffin, separating it from Li Yu. However, not only did that not happen, but Su Yu's foot, which was in contact with the ice coffin, fused with it the moment it touched the coffin. It felt as if Su Yu had become a part of the ice coffin. Shocked, Su Yu did not dare to hesitate. He maintained the law of weightlessness and quickly retreated with Li Yu. Soon, he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering movement in the distant ice lake, and a terrifying pressure came crashing down. Su Yu immediately leaped out of the space without thinking. At that moment, an ancient black sword filled with the smell of death pierced through the place where Su Yu was. Before the ancient sword arrived, the sword energy came out. Su Yu, who was in the middle of teleportation, was injured by the sword energy. His body was rapidly aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying heart. Su Yu shouted in a low voice at the critical moment. Boundless green life force filled his body and rapidly healed his aging body. Dragon of Death. As Su Yu spoke, a small black dragon flew out of his palm. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the deathly energy in Su Yu's body. Only then did Su Yu manage to escape the calamity. Back in the inn, Su Yu still had lingering fears. That powerful blow was comparable to the stars summoned by the ravenous wolf star. This person's strength was definitely not inferior to the ravenous wolf star. At this point, it could already be confirmed that the so-called Snow Shadow Gate was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. With a thought, Su Yu teleported out of the inn and said, "Let's go quickly." The ravenous wolf star's senses were far superior to Su Yu's. So, before Su Yu had even returned to the inn, the ravenous wolf star had already sensed the extremely powerful death sword energy. As strong as he was, he still felt the threat of death. "I'll take you away." The ravenous wolf star grabbed Su Yu, Li Yu, and the strangely heavy ice coffin easily. Then, with a single step, he covered an immeasurable distance. All that was left was a residual shadow. Even if Su Yu used the profound meaning of the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, he would still be far inferior to such an agile teleportation technique. Almost as soon as they left, the pitch-black ancient sword teleported to the place where the ravenous wolf star had disappeared. After the ancient sword appeared for a while, a blue-robed youth stepped lightly on the ancient sword. He appeared without a sound, and there was not the slightest spatial fluctuation around him. He had appeared like a ghost. Just this kind of elusive movement technique was enough to make people feel uneasy. What was even more frightening was that the deathly energy rolling around his body was terrifyingly thick. It felt as if the corpses of trillions of living beings had piled up. The blue-robed youth's blue eyes were like two ghostly flames in the darkness, flickering faintly. He was hit by my death sword energy, but he is still safe and sound. Interesting. It is not surprising that the queen is interested in him. After saying this, the blue-robed middle-aged man did not chase after them. Instead, he turned the ancient sword around and returned to the ice lake. It was as if he had forgotten about the ice coffin. The greedy wolf star brought them to a safe place. After confirming that no one was chasing them, it stopped. Its eyes were solemn as it fell into deep thought. Why is it like this? According to my understanding, those who abduct the young elites from all over the world are all from small and insignificant forces. Why would a peerless expert suddenly appear? He couldn't understand. Suyu said, "Shouldn't we deal with this ice coffin first?" His expression was solemn as he stared at the strange ice coffin. He had tried, but no matter if it was divine power or if he secretly used the power of space, it was of no use. With a ferocious look in his eyes, Suyu held two of his fingers together as a sword, intending to cut off his right leg, which had fused with the ice coffin. "No." Liu said anxiously, "Please don't." "Why?" Suyu didn't have time to reminisce with her. Liu said, "The last person who carried the ice coffin also severed his own limbs. In the end, he was instantly sucked into the ice coffin and never appeared again." Inside the ice coffin, Suyu activated his transparent eye and observed the situation in the ice coffin carefully. At first, it was just a blur, as an extremely powerful isolating force interfered with Suyu's probing. However, as Suyu's soul energy gradually grew stronger, his transparent eye was no longer what it used to be. Extreme transparent eye. A pitch-black dot appeared in Suyu's pale eyes, like a steel needle. The pitch-black dot of light suddenly flashed, and the interference of the transparent eye was forcibly pierced through. The scene inside the ice coffin was clearly reflected in his eyes. In the ice coffin lay a red-clothed female corpse. She was dressed in a bright red robe embroidered with golden phoenixes, and on her head was a jade crown that belonged to an ancient person. Her facial features were exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her tightly shut eyes flickered, like two rays of red clouds. Her red lips were as beautiful as blood. Her skin was as white as the moon, and as smooth as cream. At first glance, she was extremely seductive. Even with Suyu's composure, he couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Fortunately, Suyu woke up in time. He bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain stimulated his sea of soul, allowing him to forcibly extract his soul from the ice coffin. What an evil female corpse! Suyu was shocked. Staring at the ice coffin, Suyu took out the beauty under the moonlight and tried to pry open the ice coffin. The emperor-level divine weapon, the beauty under the moonlight, had an extremely sharp blade. The blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, easily entered the ice coffin through the thin crack. Then, Suyu exerted force with his 5 fingers and lifted the ice coffin. Creak, the ice coffin moved slightly in response. However, at this moment, the ravenous wolf star, who was in deep thought, sensed something. His expression changed abruptly, and he shouted, "Stop it." As he spoke, an incomparably powerful divine power gushed out of him, suppressing the ice coffin. However, it was a step too late. An extremely violent cold air sprayed out of the ice coffin. The cold air was astonishing. Suyu had never seen anything like it in his life. Although it was only a faint trace, as thin as a hair. However, it froze a trace of nothingness around the ice coffin. The crack in the nothingness was only the length of a thumb, thinner than a hair. However, it happened to pass through the palm of the ravenous wolf star. As strong as he was, his body could be said to be powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. However, it was easily crushed into pieces by the power of nothingness like tofu. Sizzle, sizzle. After a long time, the weak power of nothingness gradually dissipated. However, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat due to the strange appearance of the terrifying cold chi. The moat outside the palace was filled with ice crystals that never melted. The cold air that would occasionally erupt from the lake was the terrible cold air that could break through the nothingness. That description was exactly the same as the cold air in front of them. Crack! Suddenly, Suyu's palm lightened. It was the beauty under the moon in his palm that broke inch by inch like an ice sculpture. The Emperor-level divine weapon had also turned into broken ice in the cold air that had just leaked. Suyu couldn't help but feel sorry. This sword had accompanied him for so many days, but it was destroyed in the end. However, the ravenous Wolfstar said with lingering fear, "You should be glad that the cold air that leaked just now only sprayed on the sword, not on you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable." Looking at the ice coffin, Suyu's expression became solemn again. Was there no way to deal with the ice coffin? Would his right leg always be connected to the ice coffin? At this moment, the ice coffin suddenly trembled. Li Yu let out a cry, and both her hands were removed from the ice coffin. However, Suyu was still tightly connected to the ice coffin. With that, the ice coffin trembled again and stood up. The ravenous Wolfstar was scared out of his wits. Without thinking, he turned around and fled, quickly distancing himself from Suyu. His vow to protect Suyu had been thrown out of his mind. Suyu was also shocked. Even if the ice coffin sprayed just a little more cold air, it would be enough to destroy Suyu. Creak, creak. The ice coffin stood for a long time, showing no signs of opening. Suyu made up his mind and teleported away. The terrifying thing was that the ice coffin followed him like a shadow and pressed down on Suyu's back with a thud. The incomparable weight suddenly made Suyu breathless. He fell out of the space teleportation and was pressed into the depths of the earth. Li Yu ran over in a panic, her face full of panic. "Shueyu, are you okay?" Creak. Suyu climbed up from the earth with great difficulty. He used almost all his strength to support himself on the ground. Because he used too much strength, the blue veins on his forehead were protruding, and it was extremely difficult for him to speak. "Why don't I try to press you down?" Li Yu blushed slightly and helped Suyu sit up apologetically. However, as soon as he sat up, the whole ground caved in again. The ice coffin was too heavy. Looking behind him, Suyu smiled bitterly. The whole ice coffin was stuck to his back, as if it had grown out of Suyu's body. "Didn't I just take a look at your dead body? Is it necessary to be so ruthless?" Suyu felt the deep malice from the ice coffin. It had let Li Yu go, but only stuck to Suyu. Suyu would never believe that the ice coffin did not do this on purpose. Suyu sighed. Now that he was carrying the ice coffin on his back, it was difficult for him to walk, let alone his strength. Strangely, the ice coffin seemed to know what Suyu was thinking. The heavy ice coffin was more than half as light as before. Suyu was shocked, followed by a bone-chilling fear. The ice coffin was alive. To be precise, it was the evil female corpse in the ice coffin. She had a consciousness. Thinking of this, Suyu could not help but shudder. Chapter 1660. If she wanted to kill Suyu, just a little bit of the horrifying cold energy in the ice coffin would be enough to doom Suyu eternally. But why was she pressing on Suyu's back? Was she toying with Suyu? At this moment, Suyu had the urge to swear. Wouldn't it be better to just lie in the ice coffin if he died? Why did she have to come out? The ice coffin on his back suddenly regained its weight. Suyu was caught off guard and was pressed into the ground again. Suyu was amused and annoyed at the same time. He really didn't know how he had attracted the attention of the dead woman. "If you can find out what I'm thinking, please give me some hints." "What do you want?" Suyu was most worried about the fact that he had used the rules when no one was looking. Perhaps the ice coffin would have been discovered then. If it wanted it, what should he do? Drip. Transparent ice crystals suddenly dripped from the ice coffin and melted into a line of tiny words on the ground. "Sleep with me." Suyu was petrified. Li Yu was startled. She said word by word, "Sleep with me?" She looked at Suyu in surprise and said, "What is in the ice coffin? Why do you want to sleep with me?" At this moment, Suyu seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. Sleep with a dead woman. His lips trembled slightly. He didn't know whether it was out of disgust or anger. "Shueyu, tell me, what is in the ice coffin?" Li Yu asked curiously, staring at Suyu without blinking. Suyu waved his hand with difficulty. His voice was low and hoarse. "Don't ask, or I'll kill myself." Drip. Another ice crystal dripped from the ice coffin and melted into a line of tiny words. I fell in love with you at first sight. Be my man. Su Yu's face turned purple. He stood up without a word and said with a straight face, let's go. Ignore it. Li Yu nodded blankly. She noticed that the melted words on the ground had changed. She said, if you don't obey me, I'll follow you like a haunting ghost. Su Yu's face turned from purple to livid. He turned to look at the ice coffin on his back. Is there any difference between you and a haunting ghost? Su Yu's face sank. He asked Li Yu, can you tell me what's going on under the ice lake? Why are you carrying an ice coffin? A bitter smile appeared on Li Yu's face. I can't see what's under the lake at all. The bottom of the lake is filled with bone-chilling mysterious ice crystals. However, I can vaguely feel an altar. I don't know anything else. As for the ice coffin, Li Yu's wry smile became even deeper. If it wasn't for the ice coffin, I'm afraid I would have already been thrown into the bottom of that frozen lake, never to return, just like Baihua Fairy. No wonder that space didn't sense Baihua Fairy. It turns out she was already thrown into the frozen lake. No one knows if she's alive or dead. Originally, I was also going to sink to the bottom of the lake, but at the last moment, I was asked by a man with an aura of death to hold an ice coffin. That's how I escaped. Was it that powerful creature that was covered in death aura? The snow sea of the northern region was indeed full of mysteries. Su Yu felt a little helpless as he was unable to obtain any relevant information from Li Yu. It seemed that he would not be able to get rid of the ice coffin for a while. Fortunately, it did not have any malicious intentions at the moment. Once he found a way to escape, he would deal with the female corpse in the ice coffin. Whoosh, after the greedy wolf star confirmed that it was safe, it returned. He stared at the ice coffin with fear, a lingering fear in his heart. Su Yu smiled faintly. Your movement technique is marvelous, it's superb. The greedy wolf star knew that Su Yu was mocking him for abandoning Su Yu and escaping alone, and said awkwardly, the ice coffin was too strange, I couldn't react in time, it won't happen next time. Forget it, you have no obligation to save me anyway, Su Yu said. The greedy wolf star was uneasy, and said, young master, please rest assured, a similar situation will not happen next time. Su Yu nodded nonchalantly, but in his heart, he was slightly shaking his head. This person was unreliable. Young master, what's your next plan? He looked at the ice coffin in awe and asked. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then said, I need a secret room that is extremely secretive and highly protected. No overlord strong men would be able to explore or barge in. The greedy wolf star was in a difficult position. As long as the restrictions were of a high enough level, even the crystal overlord would find it difficult to explore. But to force his way in, apart from the places where the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior had personally set up restrictions, no matter how many protective measures there were, as long as he wanted to, he could break through at any time and force his way in. Such a place was not easy to find. I know a place, Li Yu suddenly said from the side. Oh, tell me about it, Su Yu said. The greedy wolf star was also surprised. If he didn't know, how did Li Yu know? The dazzling crystal palace, Li Yu said. The greedy wolf star's expression changed. That place is indeed indestructible. Unless the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior himself arrives, even a crystal overlord like me can't do anything about it. But, he looked at Li Yu. You only know one thing, not the other. Not everyone is qualified to enter the dazzling crystal palace. It only receives distinguished guests. No matter how powerful you are, without a corresponding background, you can't enter. Including you? Su Yu asked. The greedy wolf star nodded. Yes, including me. Even the crystal overlord could not enter. The dazzling crystal palace's principles were really strong. People like you and I, who left the starry pavilion, are not qualified to enter. Tick-tock, a few drops of ice suddenly dripped from the ice coffin, melting into an ice token on the ground. A clear coffin pattern was carved on it. Everyone was stunned. Did the ice coffin give them identity tokens? Su Yu picked up the ice token and thought for a moment. He came to the dazzling crystal palace with the attitude of giving it a try. The dazzling crystal palace was next to the cavern of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. It was said that it was built by the snow dragon divine warrior himself. The entire dazzling crystal palace was forged with 10,000-year-old mysterious ice crystals. It was indestructible from the inside out. Guests from all over stayed in it, and it was extremely safe. At the entrance of the dazzling crystal palace, there was a puppet that automatically identified the identities of the various forces. Suyu saw with his own eyes that the leader of an unknown force put his own token into the mouth of the puppet. The puppet took the initiative to make way for them, allowing them to enter the dazzling crystal palace. Holding the ice token, Suyu was about to step forward when he suddenly felt a sharp blade approaching. Turning his head to look, he saw a magnificent guard of honor walking over in a grandiose manner. The young man at the front was the most eye-catching. He was riding a giant beast that looked like a dragon but was not. He carried a giant dragon head blade on his back, and the shadow of the blade appeared behind him. Standing on the head of the giant beast, he was like a peerless sharp blade. What surprised Suyu even more was that there was another person standing on the giant beast's head. It was none other than Lan Yu from the Star Pavilion. She enjoyed the admiring gazes of the passers-by very much. Even though there was a faint smile on her face, the faintly discernible arrogance was clearly visible. Why is she here? Suyu was confused. Was there such a person in the Star Pavilion? Get out of the way. That's the successor of the Emperor Killer, the heartless Saber Emperor. When the ravenous Wolfstar noticed the gigantic beast youth, his face changed, and he quickly pulled Suyu and Liu away. The successor of a martial artist. Suyu was slightly surprised. The three great monarchs of the Sea of Constellations. The Eastern Sea's Purple Dream Sovereign, the Northern Sea's Snow Dragon Sovereign, the Southern Sea's Slaughter Sovereign. Every descendant of an emperor undoubtedly possessed unparalleled divine arts that far surpassed ordinary people. The heartless Saber Monarch was naturally no exception. Even the powerful ravenous Wolfstar was unwilling to provoke them. However, Suyu had discovered Lan Yu, and Lan Yu had discovered Suyu. When she saw him from afar, her eyes lit up. The news that the chief pavilion master of the three great pavilion masters had appeared for Shui Yu had spread far and wide. Although apart from them, no one knew the reason behind it. However, it was obvious that Shui Yu had the value to attract the attention of the big shots of the Star Pavilion. Could it be because of Shui Yu's amazing talent? Lan Yu, who had seen Suyu, a level 3 Cavern World Venerable, kill 10 level 1 Cavern World Venerable corpse-loving dogs with a single sword strike, was exceptionally certain that it had something to do with it. She flew over the head of the gigantic beast and walked over happily. Brother Shui, the Star Pavilion is looking for you. Why are you here? Hey! Ravenous Wolfstar Guard, why are you with Brother Shui? Lan Yu suddenly became vigilant, standing with Shui Yu to show her stance. It seemed that she still did not know that the ravenous Wolfstar had betrayed the Star Pavilion. Suyu said, "The ravenous Wolfstar has come to find me on the orders of the faction. He has no ill intentions, so don't worry." He looked at the slowly approaching giant beast and said, "Are you the only one from the Star Pavilion who came?" "No, the 10 teams from the Star Pavilion who participated in the ancient Dream Altar have already entered the mysterious Crystal Palace. I met the heartless Saber Emperor halfway, so I was just a step behind them." At the mention of the heartless Saber Emperor, Lan Yu carefully observed Suyu's eyes, hoping to see any feelings of inferiority or nervousness in his eyes. Unfortunately, Suyu's face was calm. He nodded and said, "Oh, you go first. Meet up with the Star Pavilion as soon as possible." Lan Yu was secretly disappointed, but her mood soon improved. She thought to herself, "It doesn't matter. Even if Shui Yu doesn't fall at my feet, the Sho Di's second son, the heartless Saber Emperor, has already fallen. With the protection of the Saber Emperor, the ancient Dream Altar will be safe. It doesn't matter whether Shui Yu is here or not. Then I'll go first." Lan Yu laughed delicately and cast a shy look at the heartless Saber Emperor. She took out her token and entered the mysterious Crystal Palace. Suyu said indifferently, "Let's go in too." He took out the ice token and was about to insert it into the puppet's mouth. All of a sudden, a sharp blade energy slashed down from above. Suyu's senses were amazing. Even without the ravenous Wolfstar's reminder, he could sense it. With a light tap of his toes, He pulled Li Yu away with him and used space magic to move away. Creak. An ancient tree behind him was split into two by the sword energy. The surface of the cut was smooth, like natural jade. The meridians in the ancient tree were still transporting tree sap without anyone noticing. If a living creature were to be struck, even a silver overlord would be killed with a single stroke. Such a ruthless attack. Su Yu looked sideways and saw the heartless saber emperor on the head of the giant beast. There was a trace of blade energy left on his fingertips. He looked arrogant and looked down at Su Yu, like a person of high status looking at a commoner. He snorted coldly. I don't care who you are or what your identity is. I've taken a fancy to Lan Yu. Stay away from her in the future. If you come any closer, kill. No. Pardon. When he finished speaking, he led the guards of honor and surged forward, pushing Su Yu and the others away. The puppet didn't even need to verify their identities and let them pass. Chapter 1661. Su Yu even dared to provoke the Pathmaster. What could the son of the divine warrior of heaven and earth do to him? He was not interested in Lan Yu and had no intention of competing with her. However, if the other party insisted on seeking death, Su Yu would not be lenient. Although he is overbearing, he has the qualifications to be overbearing. Li Yu somewhat detested the heartless saber emperor's character. However, objectively speaking, he had the qualifications to say those words. The ravenous wolf star cautiously observed Su Yu's expression, then advised him, "Young master, there are plenty of fish in the sea, so why do you have to create unnecessary trouble for Lan Yu? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." He was also beating around the bush, advising Su Yu to be patient. It could be seen from this that he was afraid of the emotionless saber emperor. I understand. Let's go inside first, Su Yu said. He had a more important matter to attend to. Using the ice token, they had indeed successfully entered the profound crystal palace without any obstruction. Su Yu stared at the coffin carved on the ice token and could not help but ponder. Coffin pattern. What kind of force was that? Young master, look, there's a coffin symbol. Greedy Wolfstar said. Following his line of sight, the interior of the profound crystal palace was a paradise with beautiful mountains and beautiful sceneries. The mountains were majestic and the scenery was beautiful. Mountains rose from the ground and pierced through the entire world like bamboo shoots. These 4 mountains were majestic and towered above all the other mountains. It was as if they reigned supreme over all the other mountains and were exceptionally outstanding. The strangest thing was that every mountain had an extremely eye-catching symbol. For example, the Star Pavilion's star diagram, the Killing Sovereign's blade diagram, the Northern Region Snowsea's snow dragon diagram, the Purple Dream Sovereign's purple bamboo diagram, etc. What shocked Su Yu was that among the 5 mountains, there was one whose symbol was a coffin. Li Yu blinked her pretty eyes and said, "Unbelievable. The force that the coffin represents is actually able to occupy a large mountain all by themselves. It's on par with the forces of the 3 monarchs of the Sea of Constellations." The origin of the female corpse in the ice coffin was indeed terrifying. The scariest thing was that they had never heard of such a powerful force. After thinking for a while, Su Yu stared at the neighboring mountain of the Starry Pavilion and said, "Let's hide our tracks." He did not want to meet the people from the Star Pavilion for the time being. The greedy wolf star was the most agreeable. It immediately cast a divine spell and changed its appearance. Unless someone stronger than him personally examined him, no one would be able to see his true appearance. "I don't think so." Li Yu smiled lightly. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and concealed his aura. Then, he used the divine path of disguise to change his appearance. The 3 of them landed on the mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, there was a small courtyard, which was obviously prepared for distinguished guests. The small courtyard was surrounded by floating ice crystals that looked like scales that protected the small courtyard tightly. The mysterious ice crystal was indestructible. Coupled with the hidden divine warrior of heaven and earth defensive restriction, no mysterious crystal overlord would have the ability to break through. He took out the ice token, and the mystic ice crystals automatically dispersed. Su Yu and the other 2 quickly entered. The small commotion here immediately attracted the attention of the 3 peaks. On the mountain where the Star Pavilion was located, 9 pavilion masters, 10 pavilion branch masters, and members were listening to the lecture of a woman shrouded in smoke. Everyone, including the 9 cabinet chiefs, showed deep respect for him. Tomorrow is the birthday of the Snow Dragon Emperor. All of you should prepare a present to show your sincerity, the woman said. We will obey the pavilion master's orders. This person was a pavilion venerable. Suddenly, the woman's expression changed. She, who had been sitting cross-legged, seemed to have sensed something and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was outside the mountain where Su Yu was. Her expression was solemn, staring at the small courtyard without blinking. Swish, swish at the same time, 2 powerful auras flashed. One was a young man carrying a sword from the killing enemy mountain. He had an extremely long sword on his back. His whole person was like a peerless sword, giving off a sense of danger. His face was 50% similar to that of the merciless Saber Emperor. The other was a woman dressed in purple from the Snow Dragon Emperor's mountain. Her whole body was surrounded by frost. Her jade-like face was as beautiful as an ice sculpture. She was breathtaking. However, her cultivation was extremely high, surpassing most of the so-called heaven rulers of this era. The 3 of them stared at the mountain that was the symbol of the coffin. The woman's tone was calm. I didn't expect the ancient corpse sect to reappear in the world. Hearing these 3 words, the young man carrying a sword and the woman in purple looked solemn. Traces of fear filled their faces. In the Sea of Constellations today, perhaps only a few people knew about the ancient corpse sect. However, for the ancient forces that had existed for many years, the ancient corpse sect was a nightmare that they could not get rid of. This was especially true for the Star Pavilion. Many years ago, an ancient meteor fell into the Sea of Constellations. This matter shook the Sea of Constellations. The Killing Emperor and the Purple Dream Divine Emperor also alarmed the Star Pavilion. The Star Pavilion sent their strong men to investigate the ancient star. Everyone knew the consequences. Out of the 8 pavilion masters who went, 7 were killed. The Star Pavilion suffered a great loss overnight. However, what the world did not know was that the 2 emperor forces had also suffered unprecedented losses. That ancient star did not just fall. It also brought a group of terrifying creatures with it. The Corpse Clan. The ancient star collided violently, and 3 ancient coffins fell from it. In the coffins were 3 kings of the Corpse Clan. Later generations called them the 3 Great Corpse Kings. After they woke up, they opened the coffins. The first thing they did was to massacre the nearby creatures. All the prey that they targeted had their essence sucked dry. In just a few days, thousands of small forces like the Sword Pavilion in the 2 seas were wiped out. Their terror was not limited to this. They not only sucked the essence of living creatures, but the living creatures they sucked would also wake up the next day and become the Corpse Clan. Then, they led the transformed Corpse Clan to attack the next force. Just like that, in just 3 months, almost half of the 2 seas were occupied by the Corpse Clan. Just like that, the Killing Emperor and the Purple Dream Divine Emperor were finally alarmed. They united the creatures of the 2 seas to fight the Corpse Clan. The process was extremely desperate. The Sea Alliance was losing against the Corpse Clan. Because if the Alliance members who died on the battlefield were not dealt with properly, they would automatically become Corpse Clan members the next day and help the Corpse Clan kill them. The Alliance was on the verge of destruction. In the end, the Star Pavilion's chief pavilion master personally took action. With the power of one person, he performed the sacred Sanskrit art of creation and purified all the transformed Corpse Clan members, returning them to dust. Just like that, the Alliance was able to resolve the huge crisis. However, the first corpse of the 3 Corpse Kings, the founding sovereign corpse, absorbed too much of the essence of living creatures. At the crucial moment, he broke through the shackles and reached the level of an Emperor Corpse. The Emperor Corpse was the highest form of the Corpse Clan. It was immortal, immortal, immortal. No divine ability or art could destroy the Emperor Corpse. The Star Pavilion's chief pavilion master was unfathomable. He fought with the Emperor Corpse for 3 days and 3 nights, stirring up the entire Sea of Constellations and disturbing the laws of the Great Tao. But still, he could not defeat it. In the end, Both sides reached a compromise. The Emperor corpse sank to the extreme north ice plains of the Sea of Constellations, never to awaken again. The condition was that the Sea of Constellations alliance would give up on attacking the Corpse Clan and treat the Corpse Clan as a member of the Sea of Constellations. The Corpse Clan would also not harm the human realm. From then on, an unknown sect appeared in the Sea of Constellations, the Ancient Corpse Sect. They were extremely low-key. For tens of thousands of years, they never appeared in the human realm. Furthermore, they only accepted a few disciples in each generation. Until now, there were less than 10 disciples. The Emperor corpse fell into eternal slumber. The other two corpse kings also hid themselves. Both sides lived in peace for many years. Until today, when the Ancient Corpse Sect reappeared in the human realm, thinking back to the terrifying scene from tens of thousands of years ago, the three shuddered. The sword-bearing youth gazed deeply at the house. After pondering for a long time, he mustered his courage and cupped his fists. I am the disciple of the Emperor Killer, the limitless sword saint. May I ask which corpse king are you the disciple of? The limitless sword saint and the merciless saber emperor were the two great disciples of the Emperor Killer. The cold lady in purple said sternly, I am the disciple of the Snow Dragon Emperor, Empress Ziwei. I sincerely request that you show yourself, my friend from the Ancient Corpse Sect. At this moment, Su Yu had no idea that he had become the disciple of the Ancient Corpse Sect. After he entered the house, the first thing he did was enter the secret chamber. The secret chamber was also made of dark ice crystals. It was covered with an extremely powerful isolation seal. Even if the Emperor himself were to descend, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to investigate the situation in the secret chamber. Su Yu sat in the secret chamber. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist. The mark of the oil lamp on his chest began to heat up slightly. 5 rules instantly appeared in Su Yu's palm. Time, space, soul, life, and death. The 5 rules fused into one, revolving in Su Yu's palm like a mark. The mark of the rules. Tribulation Fairy, I am here. Let me see where you are hiding. Su Yu's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. He couldn't wait to find the Tribulation Fairy and pay them back for everything they had done to Xia Jingyu and him. Slowly closing his eyes, the mark on his palm flickered. It was rapidly sensing the mark that was branded on the forehead of the Tribulation Fairy. No matter how far apart they were, the two marks could sense each other. Beep! All of a sudden, the mark stopped flickering. Su Yu's eyes widened, and a trace of confusion filled his eyes. Why does the mark of the Tribulation Fairy fluctuate from east to west, from south to north? Su Yu murmured. The first thing he sensed was that the Tribulation Fairy was in the extreme north. Why was he unable to sense his specific location when he was in the extreme north? Was he going to give up? No. Never. Su Yu closed his eyes and awakened the Dragon of Destiny in the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He wanted to use the path of destiny to pry into the reason. The Dragon of Destiny let out a sonorous roar. Su Yu's tightly shut eyes sensed many lines of destiny. One of them was the reason that Su Yu wanted to find out. Following this line of destiny, Su Yu tried his best to pursue it. He had a feeling that the answer he wanted would be found at the end of this line of destiny. However, the road ahead was obscure, and it was extremely difficult to pursue it. This was because Su Yu's path of destiny was not solid enough. However, he gritted his teeth and did not give up. All of a sudden, the line of destiny swayed slightly, and at the end of the darkness, a ray of light appeared. 4 blurred words came into view. Ancient Dream Altar. Su Yu's heart trembled. So that was it. The Tribulation Fairy might have predicted that Su Yu would come to find him, so he hid in the mysterious Ancient Dream Altar. The Ancient Dream Altar was filled with the remnant power of the ancient powerful beings, which affected the senses of the Mark of Rules. That was why it fluctuated from east to west, south to north. So it's there. Su Yu laughed softly. His laughter was filled with endless coldness. Crash. The Tribulation Fairy hidden in the Ancient Dream Altar seemed to sense Su Yu's probing through destiny. The light at the end of the line of destiny was suddenly extinguished. At the same time, an invisible giant hand grabbed along the line of destiny. Suyu casually withdrew his path of destiny, and the giant hand collapsed on its own. Staring at the giant hand, Suyu grinned. "Wait there, I will come to find you." Slowly opening his eyes, his soul returned to his original body. Suyu could not help but shiver slightly. He murmured, "We will meet soon, Tribulation Fairy." Chapter 1662. What Suyu didn't know was that his fight with the Tribulation Fairy with the Path of Destiny had shocked the outside world. The woman, the Limitless Sword Saint, and the Taste Empress all looked at the scene in the sky with serious expressions. They saw an invisible, sky-reaching hand sweep across the sky above the Mystic Crystal Palace. The giant palm swooped down, trying to catch something. In the courtyard of the ancient corpse sect, a palm filled with 5 types of laws stretched out. The two of them collided in midair before disappearing, leaving no trace behind. Such a bizarre scene shocked them to the core. The woman's eyes flickered with shock. The black palm contains tribulation intent, but the 5-colored palm contains 5 types of laws. The Wuji Sword Saint stared at the ancient corpse sect's courtyard with deep fear in his eyes. He said, "The ancient corpse sect's inheritor is this powerful?" He had yet to become an emperor of heaven and earth, but he could already control the laws. This is simply unheard of. The Taste Queen was incomparably solemn. It seems that the ancient dream altar will not be peaceful. Even as the successor of the Snow Dragon Emperor, he was worried about the ancient dream altar. This showed how much he feared the ancient corpse sect. One had to know that the ancient dream altar belonged to the Snow Dragon Emperor, and his understanding of it was incomparable to that of an outsider. Even she felt uneasy, let alone others. The 3 of them simultaneously felt a shadow cast over their hearts. Suyu, who was completely unaware of this, felt much more relaxed after he had located the Tribulation Fairy. Finding his location was good enough. The next thing to do was to prepare a birthday gift for the Snow Dragon Emperor. If he wanted to restore his original body, he would have to get the permission of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior to borrow the hot spring. This gift was of the utmost importance. His original intention was to create a stunning masterpiece with the languages of the other races. However, the Starry Tower had also sent people over, so Suyu had no choice but to restrain himself. If he gave out the alien language, the Star Pavilion would definitely know his identity. After thinking for a long time, Suyu's soul moved and entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Just like in the past, the 9-jade spiritual pearl was tranquil like an otherworldly place, and it was filled with a rich fragrance. In front of the nursery, a large number of precious and extremely old immortal plants were quietly growing. One of them was a giant golden tree that was thousands of meters tall. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and it was like a canopy that covered the sky. Its entire body was burning with faint golden flames, looking exceptionally dazzling. "Golden flames forbidden wood," Suyu murmured. He had obtained the seeds of the golden flames forbidden wood from the demon dimension. When one of them grew to 1,000 years old, it was used to refine the 9 sun sword formation. The remaining ones were left to grow. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. In the supreme growing soil, it was equivalent to being nurtured for more than 10,000 years. It was comparable to the 10,000 years old heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Suyu fixed his eyes on a few of the golden flames forbidden trees and searched carefully. Unfortunately, they did not bear any strange fruits like the golden flames forbidden trees. When the heavenly orchid silver bamboo reached 10,000 years of age, it bore a silver fruit. To this day, it was still stored away, and no one knew what it was for. It was also 10,000 years old, but the golden flames forbidden wood did not. This was enough to show that the reason why the heavenly orchid silver bamboo could grow a silver fruit should be related to the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's attribute. Not just any plant placed in the supreme growing soil would grow such a strange fruit. Staring at the golden flames forbidden wood, he planned to use it as a congratulatory gift. When he was in the Star Pavilion, he had looked up ancient documents. Even in the absolute beginning realm, the golden flames forbidden wood was extremely rare. At least, it had never appeared in the Sea of Constellations, not even as a seedling. In the absolute beginning realm, the golden flames forbidden wood was mainly used to refine divine weapons. It had the powerful effect of avoiding evil and restraining demons. Not only could it kill evil, but most importantly, with the sword at hand, it could be used to deal with inner demons during cultivation. For many martial artists with profound cultivation, or those who were about to reach a bottleneck in their cultivation, the value of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood could be imagined. In the absolute beginning realm, the 100-year-old Golden Flame's forbidden wood was often extremely popular. The 1,000-year-old ones were usually auctioned at high prices by major auction houses. As for the 10,000-year-old ones, they were even rarer. There were few records of such a magical item in the literature. It was said that even the divine warriors of heaven and earth would join in the bidding for the 10,000-year-old ones. After pondering for a moment, Suyu waved his sleeves. The Golden Flame's forbidden wood in front of him broke off a small branch the length of an arm, with 9 leaves on it. Such a long branch should be enough. If I take out a whole 10,000-year-old Golden Flame's forbidden wood, it will inevitably attract covetous eyes. Suyu was extraordinarily calm. Not only that, but Suyu also deliberately treated the cross-section of the branch, making it look like it had been broken for a long time. In this way, it would not arouse suspicion that it had been taken off recently. After putting away the small branch, Suyu sensed Sheng Ji's arrival. "Greetings, Master." To Suyu's slight surprise, Sheng Ji's body had grown a lot, reaching the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old. Her figure was graceful, her lines were enchanting, her skin was fair, and her facial features were very exquisite. She gave off a cute and delicate feeling. The most peculiar thing about her were her eyes. Her left eye was as black as ink, while her right eye seemed to be inlaid with a golden right eye. One black and one gold, it looked exceptionally strange. "Sheng Ji, your eyes." Suyu stared at her slightly, feeling a strong ghost energy from her left eye and a strong Buddhist energy from her right eye. Sheng Ji smiled sweetly. "Ghost and Buddha are in the same body. I have reached the state of perfection. Master, don't underestimate Sheng Ji anymore." By chance, he had obtained the memory of the ghost Buddha from the mutant 9-colored chaos butterfly. With surprise, Suyu looked carefully and was surprised to find that the strength of Sheng Ji's breath was comparable to his. "How did your cultivation become so high?" Suyu took a closer look and almost cried out in surprise. Sheng Ji's cultivation had reached the level of a level 1 deity. Back then, she was far inferior to Suyu, but in just a few years, she had made a breakthrough to this level. However, thinking about it carefully, Suyu's cultivation had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years due to the restrictions of becoming a deity. During this period, Sheng Ji had the help of Little Butterfly and endless resources at her disposal. It was normal for her to make breakthroughs in her cultivation and surpass him. That's not all," Sheng Ji flaunted as she put her palms together and performed the great hand mudra of Buddhism. Her left palm was pitch black, while her right palm was golden. After putting her palms together, a mass of half-black, half-golden air gathered in the center of her palms. It was colorless and odorless, but Suyu suddenly felt very uneasy. His intuition told him that this mass of air was very terrifying. He had experienced this feeling recently, when he was facing the meteorite summoned by the ravenous wolf star. "What is this?" Suyu was very interested. Sheng Ji chuckled, put her palms together, and extinguished the mass of air. She said, "It's the spirit of Ghost and Buddha." Ghosts and Buddha are traditionally opposed to each other, and the two types of energy also annihilate each other. However, the ancient Almighty, who had the body of a ghost and Buddha, created an unprecedented divine technique that could perfectly fuse the two types of energy and give birth to the spirit of Ghost and Buddha. Back then, the Almighty, who had the body of a ghost and Buddha, relied on the spirit of Ghost and Buddha to kill everyone and establish a very high position. "If you dare to bully me in the future, you must be careful." Sheng Ji waved her fist proudly. Suyu smiled. Sheng Ji had been working for Suyu for a long time, but she had rarely helped him. She must have been holding back her anger. Now that her cultivation had improved, her strength had also soared, and she was much more relaxed. Not minding her joke, Suyu said affirmatively, "Just in time, I am going to a place to seek revenge. You should hurry up and familiarize yourself with the spirit of Ghost and Buddha. I hope you can give me a different surprise when the time comes." Sheng Ji's little face was overflowing with excitement. I won't let you down. She clenched her fists, eager to show off her skills in front of Su Yu. Why are you the only one here? Su Yu paused, looked around, and asked. Xiao Dai had always been inseparable from Sheng Ji, and she had even threatened Su Yu that if she saw him again, she would eat him. In the past, Xiao Dai would have already pounced on him, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Sheng Ji waved her fingers, and a colorful cocoon that was as tall as a person came from afar. She pouted her lips helplessly. Here, ever since I helped you crush that skull, I started spinning a cocoon right after I came back. Huh? Su Yu raised his brows slightly. Xiao Dai had already spun a cocoon twice, turning from a caterpillar into a butterfly, and then from a butterfly breaking out of the cocoon into a human form. Is she spinning a cocoon again to evolve into a higher form of life? This was completely different from the evolution process of the 9-colored chaos butterfly that Su Yu knew. Normally, the 9-colored chaos butterfly was born with a human form, and after evolving into a butterfly, it would no longer spin a cocoon. However, including this time, it was already Xiao Dai's third time spinning a cocoon. As a mutated 9-colored chaos butterfly, her evolution couldn't be predicted with common sense. Su Yu wondered what kind of form she would take after breaking out of the cocoon. Then, what about Xiao Jingyu? Su Yu asked as he glanced around. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up with delight. With a thought, he teleported to the front of the thatched cottage. Xiao Jingyu was holding a bamboo stick, and she was poking a pink living creature with a mixture of love and fear. The creature's whole body was covered in scales, and it had 2 pink horns on its head. It looked very adorable. It was lying lazily on the ground, and its eyes were closed. It was obviously sleeping. When Xiao Jingyu poked it with the bamboo stick, it groaned a few times, and its plump body twisted around. Xiao Jingyu was having a great time playing with it, and she kept poking it, while giggling and giggling. Little Kailin? Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. Ever since it had helped Su Yu craft the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, the little Kailin had fallen into an endless slumber. It had been asleep for almost 20 years now. The little Kailin, who was in a deep slumber, wouldn't react to any disturbances in the outside world. However, it was shaking with just a poke, which meant that it was showing signs of awakening. Su Yu was overjoyed, as he had assumed that the little Kailin would never wake up. As he recalled all the things that had happened between him and the little Kailin, Su Yu's heart warmed. It had witnessed Su Yu's most difficult period of growth, and it had already become like a family to him. This guy has been sleeping for 20 years, and it seems like it will wake up soon, right? Sheng Ji was quite jealous of it. This guy, who only knew how to sleep, was much more pampered than she was. Su Yu stroked the little Kailin's head and said, yes, it will wake up in at most a year, or at least half a year. His heart was filled with anticipation. Little Jingyu, stay here well, as we will soon meet again. Su Yu looked deeply at her as he spoke with a faint smile. Xiao Jingyu was already addicted to playing with the little Kailin, so she waved her hand without turning her head. Okay, go ahead. She didn't understand what he meant by a reunion. Chapter 1663. With a thought, Su Yu returned to the outside world. He had prepared a congratulatory gift for the hot spring, but how could he get an invitation to the ancient dream altar? Even the enormous star pavilion had only received 10 invitations. The Emperor of South Sea had only received 1. The Purple Dream Emperor of East Sea had not received 1. The rest of the big and small forces had only received 1 each. If he wanted to get one, where should he start? Steal? Rob? Cheat? With the formality of the ancient dream altar, every invitation letter would have a unique mark. If one received an invitation letter through an abnormal channel, it would only increase the risk of death. As he was thinking, an invitation slipped out from a slit in the lid of the ice coffin behind him. Su Yu fixed his eyes on it, his pupils flickering. An invitation to the ancient dream altar? Su Yu was astonished. What was the origin of the ice coffin? Not only did the VIP room of the Northern Snow Sea have a mountain comparable to the Star Pavilion and the 3 great Emperor's forces for the ice coffin, but they also sent an invitation to the ancient dream altar. The strangest thing was that Su Yu had stayed for a day and did not see the other coffin forces come. Who are you? Yu asked in his heart. Unfortunately, the dead woman did not answer. Instead, she asked Yu, "The thing you took out from that storage space is very annoying. I don't like it. Throw it away." On the ground, there was a line of small words formed by the melting ice. Was she talking about the golden flames forbidden wood? This wood did have the effect of restraining evil. It could restrain the demon race and the evil corpses. A ray of light filled the depths of Yu's eyes. If that was the case, there might be a chance to get rid of the ice coffin. However, Yu did not think about it in his mind. Otherwise, the dead woman would have detected it. He said, "This is the golden flames forbidden wood that I accidentally obtained many years ago. I was going to give it to the Snow Dragon Emperor in exchange for a hot spring." Tick-tock, a line of words came into view. "Hot spring. What do you want?" "Disguise," Yu said lightly. "Tick-tock, do you think you are ugly? I think you are not bad." Yu's mouth twitched. He ignored her and walked out of the secret room, summoning the ravenous Wolfstar and Li Yu. It should be about time. The birthday banquet of the Snow Dragon King should be starting soon, right? Yu asked. Greedy Wolfstar looked at the mountains and smiled bitterly. "Before going to the birthday banquet, I'm afraid you have to know one thing or two. For some reason, since we moved in, we have been secretly watched by several big forces. Once we show up, we will be noticed." "Oh." Yu was slightly confused, and he stared at the mountain peak beneath his feet. Could it be that the influence represented by this coffin is too extraordinary? After muttering to himself for a moment, Yu shook his head. "So be it. This is the territory of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. Even the Star Cabinet would have to think twice before acting." He took a step out of the house, and sure enough, powerful auras emanated from the other three mountains. In particular, the fluctuations coming from the Star Pavilion's mountains faintly contained traces of the power of the Great Desolation. Yu was secretly shocked. Good heavens, it must be one of the three great cabinet masters. It seemed that they valued the ancient dream altar very much. The three people left the profound crystal palace in a concealed form, coming straight to the exclusive palace of the Snow Dragon Emperor. The Snow Dragon Emperor had specially come here to entertain the people who had come to congratulate him. Most of them were from the forces under the jurisdiction of the Snow Dragon Emperor, and a small number were foreign forces invited to participate in the ancient dream altar. No matter what, the Snow Dragon Emperor had invited them, and they had to show their respect. When Yu and the others entered, the birthday banquet hall was crowded with people. Yu, Greedy Wolfstar, and the others casually sat down, quietly observing the situation. "Brother, please excuse me." Not long after sitting down, a pleasant voice sounded from Yu's side. Looking sideways, it was a jade-faced man with 3 eyes. He was handsome and elegant, and his bearing was out of this world. He was dressed in a Tai Chi yin-yang Taoist robe, holding an ancient sword in his arms. His demeanor, language, and temperament all gave people a sense of familiarity and comfort, making people unable to dislike him. Yu's eyes lit up. A Taoist? He was slightly shocked. This person unintentionally exuded a wonderful atmosphere, causing people to unknowingly let down their guard. If he had the intention to harm Yu's moment of relaxation could have been fatal. Facing this person, Yu was immediately on guard, quietly making way for him. The young Taoist did not care about Yu at first, but he was extremely sensitive to Yu's vigilance. He smiled and said, "Sorry for offending you, brother." He passed by Yu, walking a distance away before sitting down gently. "Young master, be careful of this person, he is an expert." Greedy Wolfstar's voice drifted into Yu's ears. Yu's eyes turned, and he asked, "How powerful is he?" Greedy Wolfstar said, "Among his peers, no one should be a match for him, including you." He understood Yu's strength. If he fought with all his might, he could kill a silver overlord. However, he was still certain that Yu was no match for him. It was obvious that the young Taoist's strength was unfathomable. Crash, not long after, there was a commotion outside the hall. 3 creatures with extremely powerful auras slowly walked into the hall under the compliments of many young talents. Looking at them, Su Yu only recognized one of the three. The merciless Saber Emperor. Besides them, there were two other women. One of them was dressed in a long purple robe. Her expression was cold, but her face was extremely beautiful. She was unforgettable. Even though Su Yu was used to seeing many beautiful women, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, her whole body was filled with cold energy, giving off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. She was like a holy snow lotus that could only be looked at from afar, not touched. As for the other woman, she was sitting cross-legged on a red lotus, floating in the air. She was dressed in red chiffon, with a Taoist crown on her head, her hands forming seals. Her long black hair flowed softly behind her back like a waterfall. Her face was beautiful, peaceful, and compassionate. Staring at her, one's state of mind was unconsciously at peace, making one forget the secular world and all things in the world. The two women's appearances and temperaments were completely opposite, but they were equally peerless, giving people great spiritual joy. Hey, Taste Queen, the descendant of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, your cultivation is improving year by year. In no less than 1,000 years, we old antiques will have to give way to you. Greedy Wolfstar gave a hollow laugh, his words full of deep fear. Looking at Taste Queen, Su Yu was not surprised that she was the descendant of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior. Such a powerful cold path, besides being taught by the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior, there was no other possibility, right? He was more interested in the second woman in red. She looked like a Taoist nun, with a compassionate appearance, but there was a hidden murderous aura in her body. Who is she? Su Yu asked. Greedy Wolfstar was stunned, asking, You don't know her? Su Yu said, Is there a need for me to know her? Of course. She is the leader of the younger generation of the Star Pavilion, Blood Guanyin. Since you joined the Star Pavilion, don't you know her? What, it's her? Su Yu's heart trembled. He had never seen this woman before, but her reputation was like thunder to his ears. The leader of the younger generation of the Star Pavilion, from the Sword Light Pavilion. There were not many rumors about her, but every one of them was terrifying. Blood Guanyin was born with a blood lotus in her mouth. At the age of 3, she comprehended the great path of heaven and earth. At the age of 10, she stepped into the divine path. At the age of 18, she broke through the overlord domain. Now, at the age of 21, it was said that she had broken through the shackles and reached the level of the Golden Overlord. 3 years ago, she came out of seclusion and traveled south. When she returned, she brought back the beast core of a glazed crystal overlord. Even though she was seriously injured, she killed the glazed crystal overlord with her own strength. It was the first time Su Yu had heard of such a legendary heaven ruler, and he was shocked for a long time. He thought his potential was good, and his cultivation was not slow. But compared to Blood Guanyin, he was like a mortal. How could Su Yu not know such a woman? The Great Beginning Realm is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not only are there natural creatures like the Emperor of the Holy Mountain, but there are also unparalleled heaven rulers like Blood Guanyin, Su Yu secretly exclaimed. As if sensing Su Yu's gaze, Blood Guanyin turned her head and looked at Su Yu in surprise, then at the strange ice coffin on his back. Their gazes met in the air. Su Yu's expression was calm, without fear, envy, or respect. Blood Guanyin was slightly surprised. She smiled faintly, retracted her gaze, and sat down at the front. That was a place exclusive to a heaven ruler like her. The crowd continued to flow in, and Su Yu was not surprised to see familiar faces. Mu Tsunghai, Yang Changhong. Next was Lan Yu. She accompanied a group of young talents from the Red Leaf Pavilion branch. Her presence was extraordinary, and she also attracted a lot of attention. Especially the white-haired young man at the front. He had a head of white hair, and his skin was as pale as snow, without any color of blood. But his lips were red and moist, like fresh blood. He wore a gorgeous golden cloak and a jade crown on his head, looking very ostentatious. The ravenous Wolfstar also noticed this person. He nodded slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Bai Shuijian, not bad, second only to Blood Guanyin. I once heard the chief pavilion master mention that Bai Shuijian is very likely to become the next pavilion master. He had become a pavilion master candidate at such a young age, and his potential was obvious. The last familiar person he saw was the Yin Chuan branch. Zhao Fu led the Yin Chuan branch's participants, following closely behind the Red Leaf Pavilion branch. He and Mu Tsunghai were both Pavilion Master Hu's disciples, but their relationship was like fire and water. He naturally fell behind and did not travel with Mu Tsunghai. Su Yu did not care about him, and he retracted his gaze after a casual glance. But the moment he retracted his gaze, Su Yu noticed a strange person among the people behind him, and he could not help but take another look. It was this look that caused Su Yu's expression to change. It was a rat-headed man with a wretched expression. He looked left and right, his pitch-black eyes rolling around, and he looked extremely shrewd. In the Great Beginning Realm, where there were many foreign races, rat-headed people were not strange. But Su Yu was extremely shocked. The descendant of the sky reaching overlord, Half Moon? As the godly thief Half Moon who had been lost in the God Realm, Su Yu had a deep impression of him. When they first met, he had stolen the Tai East Emperor Bell without anyone knowing. Then, he had even replaced the overlord Yongye Chumo's dragon pearl with him. In terms of the art of stealing, if he said he was second, no one would dare say he was first. He was actually with Zhao Fu. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Zhao Fu, his mind racing. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Fu is up to something sinister again, isn't he? After a moment's deliberation, Su Yu could not help but look at Mu Tsunghai, his mind as clear as a mirror. Chapter 1664. As the guests took their seats, a deep laughter pierced through the air. Before the crowd could discern the source of the voice, on the main seat of the palace, a figure silently appeared. It was an imposing man wearing a snow-white robe. He was 8 feet tall, his body slender, and there was a hint of gentleness between his brows. His appearance was also extremely handsome. At first glance, one would think it was a woman. But the people present did not dare to offend, respectfully standing up. Congratulations on the birthday of the Snow Dragon Emperor. The Snow Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a faint smile, pressing his hand down. No need to be so courteous, the birthday every year will not change. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The foreign forces were still fine, but the large and small forces under the Snow Dragon Emperor's jurisdiction all paled. Emperor, this is the birthday gift that the Heavenly Music Pavilion prepared for the Emperor. A beautiful young girl held a gift in her hands. It was a zither, the strings intact, only the head was burnt. But the grade of this zither was extremely high, it was a true Emperor-level divine weapon. Using the 9 Dragons Valley's divine realm to measure it, it was an imperial saint weapon. The Snow Dragon Emperor glanced at it, expressionlessly saying, "This is one of the 8 immortal zithers of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Thank you, put down the gift." The young girl's beautiful face dimmed, submissively handing the gift to the Master of Ceremonies. The Snow Dragon Emperor celebrated his birthday every year, and the Heavenly Music Pavilion was one of the 3 largest forces under his jurisdiction. If they gave a gift, if they angered the Snow Dragon Emperor, they would be annihilated with a single thought. But if they gave a gift, the Snow Dragon Emperor had celebrated his birthday for 30,000 years, what gift had he not seen before? How difficult was it to gain the satisfaction of the Snow Dragon Emperor? Helplessly, the Heavenly Music Pavilion gave out their pavilion treasure, the 8 immortal zither. Inherited from the founder of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, it had been a pavilion treasure for 20,000 years. But when the first zither was given out, the Snow Dragon Emperor was still somewhat happy, and rewarded the Heavenly Music Pavilion with many things. But after that, the Snow Dragon Emperor no longer had any interest, until now, he was already impatient. Bitterly, the young girl returned to the Heavenly Music Pavilion. She knew that after she returned, the next year of the Heavenly Music Pavilion would not be easy. As long as there were forces that did not satisfy the Snow Dragon Emperor, they would more or less receive punishment from the palace, such as confiscating their resources. After she retreated, a bald young man walked over, bowing as he presented a congratulatory gift. Congratulations on the birthday of the Snow Dragon Sovereign. This is a congratulatory gift from the 3 Murders Manor, please accept it. The 3 Kill House was the second most powerful force in the Snow Dragon Emperor's territory, above the Heavenly Music Pavilion. What he gave was a magnificent crystal ball, which contained an extremely boundless, prehistoric power. The indifferent face of the Snow Dragon Emperor finally revealed a trace of emotion. The eyes of the blue sky beast, "It's been hard on you." "Not bad, I will accept them." The bald youth heaved a sigh of relief. That eyeball had been obtained from the remains of the blue sky beast, a monarch-grade sea beast that the Three-Kill Mansion had spent a lot of manpower and resources to find. Although it was tough, they had finally overcome this year's crisis. After he left, another young man stood up and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Heart-chasing ship congratulates your majesty on your birthday and presents a gift. We hope your majesty will like it." Heart-chasing airline was the strongest force in the region. Even the Heavenly Music Pavilion and the Three-Kill House combined could not compare. What he gave was a book, a dilapidated ancient book. The ancient book was extremely damaged, only 2 or 3 pages were useful, the rest could not be read. The Snow Dragon Emperor looked at the ancient book, inhaling through the air, casually flipping through it. His expression changed for the first time. Heavenly book characters, not bad, not bad. This item is indeed rare. He looked at the youth. "I will accept Heart-Chasing Airline's gift. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" This was the Snow Dragon Emperor. If he was satisfied, he could make a wish on the spot. The youth said joyfully, "Heart-Chasing Airline, please bestow the protection talisman to your majesty." The Snow Dragon Emperor did not say another word, flicking out a talisman that contained the power of prehistoric power. "I will only make 3 of these talismans a year. I will bestow one to you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The youth was extremely excited. A talisman that contained the power of prehistoric power of the Heaven and Earth Divine Emperor, once crushed. Was there a need to describe how powerful it was? Even if a profound crystal overlord sea beast bullied a sect, it could be turned to ashes with one talisman. Heavenly Music Pavilion and 3 Murders residents were envious. Unfortunately, they did not have such a great opportunity, and could not find rare things like the Heavenly Book characters. The Snow Dragon Emperor was in a good mood, waiting for the remaining people to present their gifts one by one. Unfortunately, ever since Heart-Chasing Airline, the Snow Dragon Emperor's expression had not changed for 10,000 years, and no one else's gift could arouse his interest. Even when everyone within his jurisdiction had finished presenting their gifts, he did not reveal the slightest expression. Finally, it was the guest's turn. The Snow Dragon Emperor did not have high expectations of what amazing gifts they could prepare. The reason was very simple. They mainly came to participate in the ancient Dream Altar. Congratulating the Snow Dragon Emperor was just a convenience. Who would carefully prepare such a huge gift to please the Snow Dragon Emperor? Sure enough, the merciless Saber Emperor, who was the successor of the Slaughter Emperor, presented a proper congratulatory gift. There was nothing new about it. Out of courtesy, the Snow Dragon Emperor ordered people to accept it. "Snow Dragon Emperor, I am Huangfu Liang. I present a gift. I hope the pavilion master will accept it." An elegant and handsome man with an otherworldly bearing stepped forward and bowed. The Snow Dragon Emperor sized him up, then looked at the gift in his hand. With one look, his indifferent expression changed, an obvious joy lingering on his face. "Nine-eyed demonic ducks in a dan? Good stuff, it really is good stuff." He held it in his hand, unable to put it down, praising it again and again. Everyone present was astonished. Nine-eyed demonic duck, that should be a notorious member of the evil clan, right? This duck was born with 9 eyes, specializing in seizing people's souls. How many Overlord experts had their souls destroyed, and how many Heaven and Earth emperors had pursued the 9-eyed demonic duck? But this duck had remarkable abilities, and was also cunning. For hundreds of thousands of years, it was safe and sound. Until tens of thousands of years ago, it was heard that it was killed by a powerful being. Unexpectedly, its most important inner Dan had fallen into the hands of this young man. The value of this object was comparable to half a Heaven and Earth emperor. No wonder the Snow Dragon Emperor was excited. "What do you want?" The Snow Dragon Emperor said generously, "As long as I have it, I can give it to you." Huangfu Liang said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I dare not ask for much, just an ancient Dream Altar invitation letter." Hey! The Snow Dragon Emperor was slightly surprised, re-examining him. "Which force are you from?" Those who were able to come here, according to common sense, were distinguished guests who had received an ancient dream altar invitation letter. A rogue cultivator who came uninvited, Huangfu Liang said. An unknown person? According to the past, the Snow Dragon Emperor would definitely not give the ancient dream altar invitation letter to an unknown person. But after a short moment of hesitation, the Snow Dragon Emperor took out an invitation letter and said, "Feel free to enter." Huangfu Liang received it and said, "Thank you." From the beginning to the end, Huangfu Liang's expression was incomparably calm when facing the Snow Dragon Emperor, without any fear to speak of. As if staring at him deeply, the Snow Dragon Emperor accepted the inner Dan himself, and did not hand it over to the Master of Ceremonies. "Thank you, everyone. The banquet is ready. Everyone, please enjoy your meal." The Snow Dragon Emperor was satisfied with the inner Dan, and did not care about the congratulatory gifts that followed. "Wait." A clear voice floated over. The people who were about to get up were stunned. Who had the guts to interrupt the Snow Dragon Emperor? The Snow Dragon Emperor was also slightly unhappy, but he maintained his patience due to the presence of guests. He looked at the person who spoke and said, "What's the matter?" The crowd gathered, and Suyu walked out, offering a prepared jade box. "Congratulations on your birthday, I specially prepared this gift." The Snow Dragon Emperor did not look at it, lightly nodding. "Yes, Master of Ceremonies, accept it." He no longer had any expectations for the subsequent congratulatory gifts. The Master of Ceremonies walked down, taking the jade box and placing it into his space storage device. Suyu said indifferently, "Emperor, are you not going to take a look at what I have given you?" The Snow Dragon Emperor stared at Suyu from the corner of his eyes, his disdain evident. He asked indifferently, "Which faction are you from?" He thought that Suyu was probably a representative of some small faction. Suyu was neither servile nor overbearing, calmly saying, "I am a guest of the dazzling Crystal Palace, one of the 4 great mountains." The Snow Dragon Emperor, whose eyes were filled with impatience, trembled imperceptibly. The dazzling Crystal Palace's 4 great mountains had prepared a top-notch courtyard for the 4 great guests. The successor of the South Sea Killing Emperor, the merciless Saber Emperor, was present, as was the Star Pavilion, and Empress Ziwei. All 3 great guests were present. Obviously, Suyu did not belong to any of the 3 factions. Then, it went without saying which mountain he came from. It was the terrifying successor of the faction, the Ancient Corpse faction. The Snow Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank. He raised his head, looking straight at Suyu, sizing him up. When he noticed the ice coffin behind Suyu, his pupils shrank again. "Where's the identity jade token?" The Snow Dragon Emperor's tone was exceptionally serious. He did not expect the legendary Ancient Corpse faction to appear in the world. Suyu did not say a word, taking out the ice token. With just a glance, the Snow Dragon Emperor was certain. He nodded. "Your identity is not bad." Except for a very small number of people present, no one knew what the mountain carved with the ice coffin meant. Suyu calmly said, "Then, I implore the Emperor to take a look at my congratulatory gift." The Snow Dragon Emperor's eyes swept over. The jade box could not block the Snow Dragon Emperor's gaze. He could clearly see what was inside the jade box. With one look, the Snow Dragon Emperor sat up in shock. "Gold." He only managed to say one word before he shut his mouth in time. However, the pleasant surprise on his face could not be concealed. That was an expression even more wonderful than when he received the 9-yin demonic duck's inner elixir. Everyone was shocked, staring at the jade box and guessing. Some of the stronger ones even tried to examine the jade box. But they were blocked by a primordial force. The explorers withdrew their gazes, not daring to continue. It was obvious that the Snow Dragon Emperor did not want them to know the true identity of the jade box. But the more he did so, the more they felt the value of this item. What kind of peerless item could make the Snow Dragon Emperor lose his composure and deliberately hide it? The Snow Dragon Emperor stared at Suyu, his eyes shining brightly. "Is there any other part? I can use anything you want to exchange for it." Reaching the level of the divine warrior of heaven and earth, the more one needed to resist the interference of the unseen. The golden flames forbidden wood, which only existed in the legends, was the best treasure. Chapter 1665. Su Yu naturally wouldn't expose it, so he shook his head to indicate that he didn't. A hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the Snow Dragon King, but when he looked at the ice coffin on Su Yu's back, he pondered for a moment and chose to give up. His expression and actions were seen by a few people, and they all secretly shivered. It seemed that the ancient corpse sect was indeed powerful. The Snow Dragon Emperor had the intention to get his hands on the Golden Flame's forbidden wood, but he was afraid of the other party's background and gave up on the idea. "Fine, what do you want?" the Snow Dragon Emperor asked calmly. Su Yu said, "I heard that the Snow Dragon King has a hot spring that can change the breath and form of living creatures. I would like to borrow it." Everyone was slightly startled. They had given out such a generous gift just for a dispensable hot spring? That's it. The Snow Dragon Sovereign was taken aback. Su Yu nodded. The Snow Dragon Emperor pondered for a moment. "I'll lend you the yin-yang hot spring, but your gift is too precious. If I only give you the hot spring, it would be too much." He flicked his sleeve and took out a talisman. It was the protection talisman that was personally refined by the divine warrior of heaven and earth. "Perhaps you don't lack it, but this emperor does." Su Yu took it gladly. How could he not be in need of it? His expression did not change, and he accepted it calmly. However, he was inwardly overjoyed. With this talisman in hand, most of the dangers of the ancient dream altar could be resolved. The yin-yang hot spring will only be effective when yin and yang converge. According to my calculations, it should be tomorrow. You might as well prepare for it first. Su Yu nodded and returned to his seat. Rays of scorching light focused on his body. He could clearly feel many gazes sweeping over his body. Among them, several powerful gazes had already seen through his true appearance. Su Yu was also helpless about this. He originally thought that the Snow Dragon Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable, and would not be so happy even if he obtained a small piece of Golden Flame's forbidden wood. But the result, that was why it attracted many curious gazes. Among the people present, there were many overlord strong men. Su Yu's ordinary concealment technique couldn't prevent them from probing him forcefully. "Ah, why is it Brother Shui?" The strong men in the Starry Tower quickly discovered Su Yu's true appearance, and all of them were shocked. Lan Yu cried out in surprise when she found out. A few experts from the Star Pavilion even looked at him in surprise. His Shui Yu, who the Chief Pavilion Master and the 3 Great Pavilion Masters are looking for? It can't be. Why did he become the representative of other forces? Just who is the power with the coffin symbol? How could it be on par with our Starry Sky Pavilion? Yet, we've never heard of it before. Only a few people knew about the existence of the Ancient Corpse faction, so they just assumed that Su Yu had joined another faction. Mu Tsunghai cast a surprised look at him. As the former pavilion leader, he had personally experienced the heavenly stem star tribulation. Naturally, the disaster of the ancient corpses was also very deep. When he found out that the successor of the Ancient Corpse faction was Su Yu, he couldn't help but be surprised. Was he a spy of the Ancient Corpse sect, or did he join later? She had promised that she would tell Su Yu the truth about the black-grey stone after the ancient dream altar. However, from the looks of it now, he had no choice but to reconsider. "He is that Shui Yu." Beside Lan Yu, a man with long white hair stared at Su Yu coldly. "White snow sword." Lan Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Big Brother Shui is very powerful. He saved me and 8th brother back then. Brother Bai, if you meet him at the ancient dream altar, please take good care of him." "Take good care of him?" "Yes, I will," White Snow Sword said, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible smile. The banquet was joyous and harmonious, and everyone left happily. Su Yu walked back to the dazzling Crystal Palace alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out, the representatives of dozens of factions, big and small, came chasing after him. Among them were the Heavenly Sound Chamber, the Mansion of 3 Murders, and Heart-Chasing Hangar. "Young hero, please wait." The young lady of the Heavenly Sound Chamber caught up with him, her fragrance pleasing to the nose. Su Yu turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The young lady's face was filled with eagerness. She looked around and said, "Can I have a place to talk?" I have a deal to discuss. Suyu thought for a moment and understood. After a pause, he said, "Sure, come to where I am staying." In the courtyard of the ancient corpse faction in the dazzling Crystal Palace. A group of factions, big and small, had gathered outside. They all had the same goal as the heavenly sound chamber. However, only the top 3 factions had the right to discuss a deal with Suyu. The young lady glanced at the other 2 young men with an unfriendly look. She squinted and said, "Both of you, the mansion of 3 murders and heart-chasing hangar have passed the test this time. Do you still want to compete with the heavenly sound chamber?" The bald young man sighed helplessly. "Passed. Do you know how much we paid for that blue sky beast's eye? For a whole year, more than half of our disciples and uncles have been running around in search of priceless gifts. In the end, we only ended up with mediocre results. Unlike heart-chasing hangar, which was rewarded by the emperor, we more or less recouped some of our costs." Unexpectedly, the young man of heart-chasing hangar was also extremely bitter. Recouped? How could it be so easy? Heart-chasing hangar also paid a huge price for that heavenly book remnant scroll. In terms of cost, even 2 talismans can't make up for it. Moreover, the young man of heart-chasing hangar was even more bitter. This isn't the only time the emperor's birthday will be celebrated. It will be repeated next year. When that time comes, where should we go to find the world's rare treasures? The Snow Dragon Emperor had celebrated his birthday 30,000 times in a row. Every year, he would ask the factions under his rule to come and congratulate him. With such frequent congratulations, all the world's spiritual treasures in the northern snow ocean had been plundered clean. The more time passed, the more difficult it became for the various factions to find the world's rare treasures. They even had to go to the South and East Seas to look for them. Not to mention the cost of financial and material resources, the development of the entire faction had been completely delayed, which made them miserable. Suyu gently closed his eyes and opened them calmly. He said lightly, "The 3 of you don't have to complain in front of me. Since I invited you here, I am naturally willing to discuss a deal with you." After thinking about it, Suyu randomly plucked 3 leaves of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood from the 9 jade spiritual pearl and placed them in front of him. "What do you offer in exchange?" Suyu asked. The 3 of them looked at it. At first, they didn't know what a leaf was. After a long while, they gradually remembered the Golden Flame's forbidden wood recorded in the ancient books. They were all shocked. No wonder the emperor lost his composure like that. "It's the Golden Flame's forbidden wood that is on the verge of extinction," the girl cried out involuntarily. However, she realized something and immediately shut her mouth. The emperor was unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit of this item. If she spoke out of turn, the consequences would be unimaginable. But immediately, her face lit up with joy. She asked, "Only leaves?" Suyu said, "The rest have been given to the emperor. There are only 3 leaves left. If you don't want them, forget it." "Yes. Why don't you want them?" "The Heavenly Music Pavilion wants them all." The young master hurriedly grabbed them. Even the leaves of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood had incredible uses. Offering one every year could at least guarantee a pass. "You want to take it all for yourself?" The other 2 young men were furious and grabbed at the same time. For the sake of just 3 leaves, the representatives from the powerful forces were actually fighting over them on the spot. Suyu was amused. He had as many leaves of the Golden Flame's forbidden wood as he wanted. Come to think of it, the forces behind them were much more powerful than Jian Xian. Especially the heart-chasing ship, which was guarded by the sovereign, a great figure at the level of the glazed crystal overlord. But for the sake of a mere leaf, they had to fight with others. "Are the 3 of you looking down on me?" Suyu casually pressed his hand down and covered the 3 leaves. Only then did the 3 of them realize that they had lost their composure and withdrew their hands. "1 leaf for each of you. The premise is that you have something that moves me," Suyu said. The girl of the Heavenly Music Pavilion was discouraged, but it was better than nothing. If she could get one, the faction could relax for a whole year. She thought for a moment, then clenched her teeth and took out a guqin, similar to the one she had given to the Snow Dragon King. "This is the last of the 7 deity zithers of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, in exchange for your leaves." The girl placed the divine zither on the ground. She was very sad that the last treasure of the heavenly music pavilion had been given away just like that. No. Unexpectedly, Suyu shook his head and refused. The girl's beautiful face turned pale, her eyes almost squeezing out tears. She choked with sobs. But there are not many things in the heavenly music pavilion that are more valuable than this. Treasures are useless to me. I need one-time consumables, the more powerful the better, Suyu said. The girl suddenly raised her head, her misty eyes once again filled with excitement. Are you sure, sir? A consumable item that can be used once, no matter how powerful it is far inferior to a less powerful magic treasure. After all, treasures could be used many times, but consumables would be lost once they were used up. Suyu looked at the three of them and said, "It's convenient for others and convenient for yourself. If you have any powerful one-time consumables, take them out." The girl was overjoyed. She kowtowed gratefully and thanked him. "Thank you, sir, for your kindness." The other two youths were also deeply moved, and they bowed in gratitude. "The martial path is cruel, but you didn't take advantage of us. Instead, you empathize with us. You make me feel ashamed." The youth from the heart-chasing ship sighed. He bowed sincerely and took out a scroll with a mountain and river painting inside. "This is the scenic mountains and river painting that I brought with me this time. If you encounter an enemy, you can use it. Anyone below the Silver Overlord level can be killed instantly." Suyu was delighted. He flicked his finger and a leaf landed on his palm. The transaction was a success. "The Three Murders Mansion will remember your kindness. If you have any difficulties in the ancient dream altar, you can look for us." The youth took out a battle axe and said, "The axe contains a technique sealed by my teacher. Once it is crushed, it can severely injure the enemy. Even the Silver Overlord will have to retreat." Suyu flicked his finger, and a second leaf landed in his hand. The last one was the girl from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. She took out a snow-white handkerchief from her bosom. The handkerchief depicted 7 beautiful girls playing the zither together. She said, "The scroll contains the 7 zither techniques. You only need to throw it out to summon the 7 zithers to kill the enemy. Although its power isn't as great as the previous 2 senior brothers, it has the advantage of having a wide attack range." Suyu agreed readily and handed the last leaf to her. The three of them were all grateful to Suyu. Looking at their expressions, it seemed like they were treating Suyu as their benefactor. Chapter 1666. After sending the three of them away, Suyu closed the enchantment outside. The other forces might also have treasures, but it was better not to bite off more than one could chew. There were 3 one-time consumables, enough to deal with some unexpected situations. However, Suyu wanted peace, but someone refused. As soon as the enchantment was closed, several beams of light came from the Star Pavilion. Among them were Lan Yu and several strangers. "Brother Shui!" Lan Yu shouted outside the enchantment, excited. Suyu had a slight headache. He could not pretend not to see them. After all, Lan Yu had boarded Cabinet Hu's star and helped him out in public. He braced himself to open the enchantment and welcomed them in. "Miss Lan, what can I do for you?" Suyu asked directly. Lan Yu pouted. "Brother Shui, in my heart, you are still Brother Shui of the Star Pavilion. Why are you so distant? My brothers all want to come and see you." "See me?" Suyu glanced at the people behind her. Although they had smiles on their faces, the look in their eyes did not seem very friendly. "Brother Shui, I've heard about you for a long time. We heard that you saved my 9th sister and 8th brother from the siege of the corpse-loving dogs, so we came to thank you," a young man in a blue robe said. His words were grateful, but there was a hint of doubt in his tone. A level 3 Cavern World Venerable could kill 10 level 1 Cavern World Venerables with one sword. Suyu said, "It was just a matter of convenience. There is no need to thank me. If you are just here to thank me, you don't have to. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you." He had the intention to drive them away. The young man did not seem to understand and said with a smile, "Brother Shui, you can put aside other matters. It is a rare opportunity for us to meet. Why don't we have a friendly match?" Suyu had already seen the doubts in his heart, so he said mercilessly, I have never met you before, and I really don't see any fate between us. There is no need for a friendly match. Please go ahead. After that, he waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies, then turned and walked into the house. The young man's patience was obviously exhausted. He was a level 1 Cavern World Venerable who had already touched the edge of being an overlord and only needed an opportunity to break through. He had spoken nicely, but who would have thought that Suyu would not give him face and not take him seriously? The one with the surname Shuer, don't think that just because the Chief Pavilion Master and the 3 Pavilion Venerables have taken a liking to you, you can do whatever you want. In terms of real strength, who do you think you are? Suyu turned his head and said indifferently, who is the one who is acting so brazenly? In my house, you forced me to spar and spoke rudely when I refused. It was you, sir, right? The young man snorted coldly, I'm giving you face by coming here. Surnamed Shuer, don't be so shameless. I just want to know if you have that kind of strength. He finally spoke his mind. He looked down on Suyu from the bottom of his heart. Regardless of background or cultivation. You don't even deserve to wipe my shoes, so why would I need your face? Suyu said calmly, looking at him as if he was looking at an ignorant person. The young man laughed. How arrogant. No wonder I heard that you were kicked out of the Star Pavilion. You only have yourself to blame. Suyu had a calm expression on his face. Ignorance is not a mistake. What is wrong is taking ignorance as superiority. Even the Red Leaf Pavilion's Pavilion Master doesn't dare to say that I was chased away, yet a mere disciple like you dares to say such things? It was not difficult to verify that he had left the Star Pavilion of his own accord. If I say you are, then you are. The young man drew out his long knife, and the tip of the knife was surrounded by visible knife energy. Surnamed Shuer, let me see what makes you so arrogant. Heaven-slashing knife drawing style. The young man immediately displayed his knife technique. A huge knife energy, like an enlarged sword, slashed down from the sky. With a loud rumble, the knife energy slashed down on Suyu's head with irresistible force. Suyu did not even look at it. He casually stretched out 2 fingers, which contained a wisp of pitch-black sword energy, and casually slashed down. Whoosh! A strange scene happened. The seemingly powerful knife energy was destroyed by the black sword energy at Suyu's fingertips. The young man was confused. He could not believe that a level 3 Cavern World Senior could destroy his sword energy with only 2 fingers. Again, heaven-slashing knife drawing style. An even sharper knife energy came across the sky and slashed down on Suyu. Suyu still used 2 fingers, and a wisp of pitch-black sword energy slashed across the sky. Whoosh! The young man's sword energy was once again shattered, leaving nothing behind. It can't be. How could this be? The young man was bewildered. He was confident in his extraordinary knife technique, but Suyu did not even need to use his sword. After muttering to himself for a while, he suddenly raised his head and glared at Suyu. He yelled, Tell me, did you set up a spell nearby? Did you use some underhanded means? Suyu frowned slightly and slowly walked forward. With a sweep of his 2 fingers, a wisp of pitch-black sword energy shuttled through the space and instantly hit him. Whoa! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew backward. The long saber in his hand flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. With this flight, he directly flew out of the barrier. I've already said that you are not worthy of wiping my shoes. Suyu collected the sword energy at his fingertips and said indifferently. He glanced at the rest of the people, his face indifferent. Everyone, we've had enough sparring. Can we go back now? Wait. Another young man walked out. He was slightly older, but his strength was much higher. He was a genuine bronze overlord. How can you be so overbearing? Wounding people at will? Don't you know that he wants to participate in the ancient dream altar? What if you drag him down? Can you bear the responsibility? The young man stood up and immediately reprimanded Suyu. In his eyes, it was as if Suyu had become a sinner. Suyu laughed and said, He attacked me twice, but I didn't see him showing any mercy. Why didn't you stop him? Moreover, if I get injured, won't I delay the ancient dream altar? Aren't you using your double standards too easily? Suyu sneered. The young man shouted sternly and stared at Suyu in an unfriendly manner. With a cold face, he said, "Can you compare to him? Do you know who he is? He is a loser and a nobody." "I don't want to know." Suyu interrupted him mercilessly. "You, on the other hand, are trying to find a reason to attack me. Attack me then. Don't talk nonsense here." The young man's eyes turned cold. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of an overlord? You really don't know what's good for you. I am Wei Lv of the Red Leaf Pavilion, ranked 5th, the young man named Wei Lv said indifferently. Suyu said, "I don't want to know your name either." "Ha ha ha." Wei Lv laughed. "I told you my name so that you would remember who defeated you." Wei Lv let out a loud roar, his whole body surging with Buddhist light. He was a Buddhist monk. Huge muscles bulged out of his body, giving off an unusually strong feeling. Buddha's angry Vajra. With a leap of his feet, his whole body leaped into the air and crashed down with the force of Mount Tai. Suyu tapped the tip of his toes and casually dodged it. Bang! In an instant, a huge crater was formed on the ground. Rocks flew everywhere, smashing against the enchantment and creating ripples. But this was only the beginning. Wei Lv laughed mockingly. "If you think you can avoid it by just dodging, you are underestimating the level of the overlords." Rumble, rumble, the ground beneath Suyu's feet suddenly trembled. The ground beneath Suyu's feet suddenly split open, and a pair of giant golden palms stretched out like bamboo shoots. Crack! Suyu dodged in time. The giant golden palms struck the air, as if they could split open a mountain. But after Suyu dodged, before his feet landed on the ground beneath him split open again, and another pair of palm prints appeared. Suyu dodged once again. But no matter where he dodged to, the golden palms came endlessly from the ground. There was no place for him to land. Taking a step in the air, Suyu leaped into the air. However, the giant golden palms that had emerged from the ground rose up one after another and soared into the sky to attack Suyu, who was in midair. They surrounded Suyu from all directions, and not even a drop of water could escape. Hundreds of palm prints attacked him at the same time. Even a strong overlord would not be able to withstand it. "Shwe, kneel down and apologize to my 6th brother, and I will spare you this once. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of the Buddha's angry Vajra." Wei Lv shouted arrogantly, his eyes filled with mockery. Even if Suyu really knelt down, he did not intend to let Suyu off easy. "You talk too much." A sentence floated out from within the encirclement of the golden palms. Wei Lv laughed coldly. "Then let me have a taste of the price of arrogance." Creak! But at that moment, a powerful ripple leaked out from within the encirclement. Thump! With a loud noise, the palm prints that had tightly surrounded Suyu were swept away with a loud bang, smashing in all directions. Looking over, Suyu was holding a giant blood-red sword that was even taller than him, standing there coldly. Not only was the blood-red sword long and wide, but it was also releasing a powerful ripple. A true Emperor-level divine weapon? How could it be? Where did you steal it from? Wei Lv could not believe it, instinctively shouting. Steal? In his mind, something that even he, an overlord, did not have, a mere level 3 Cavern World Senior must have come from a shady background. Suyu's eyes were filled with a deadly coldness. He was a little tired of the endless pestering. "You seem to think too highly of yourself." Suyu did not use any sword techniques, merely swinging the Azura sword down. In an instant, a 10,000 jong long phantom descended. Puu Wei Lv was severely injured by the sword energy, spitting out blood. His Vajra Buddhist power was completely broken. As he spat out blood, he flew out of the enchantment. With the Azura sword in his hand, Suyu descended. The wild wind lifted his black hair, covering his left eye. His remaining right eye was filled with a cold intent. "Let's attack together." There were only 3 youths left in front of him, but each of them was much stronger than Wei Lv. Although there were no silver overlords among them, they were the cream of the crop among the bronze overlords. Hearing this, the 3 youths laughed angrily. They had not taken the initiative to provoke Suyu, but Suyu had provoked all of them. Originally, if it was just one person, they would not have dared to face the divine power of the true Emperor-level divine weapon head-on. But if there were 3 of them? Second brother, this person is arrogant, but his abilities are ordinary. He is only relying on a divine weapon. Let's join forces and teach him a lesson. The one called second brother was the second strongest fighter in the Red Leaf Pavilion, Shan Xiong, second only to Bai Shuejian. Chapter 1667. Hihi, that's right. We are not bullying him with numbers. We are teaching him the ways of a human, so that he can live a few more years. Li Yu had been watching from the sidelines, shaking her head helplessly as she listened to their shameless remarks. They had forced Su Yu to spar with them, then attacked again out of humiliation. After repeated failures, they had all attacked together, claiming that they were teaching Su Yu the ways of a human. It was a pity that they were the ones being taught the ways of a human. Revolving demonic moon style. Su Yu's eyes were cold as he swept his sword horizontally. An arc of sword energy, 10 times larger than before, swept out. The Azura sword was a top-notch true Emperor-level divine weapon, so it was naturally many times more powerful than Beauty under the moon. The 3 of them were still laughing when they saw Su Yu's sword energy. Their faces froze. Shan Xiong shouted, "Attack! This man is a master of sword techniques." He, who had experienced hundreds of battles, could tell at a glance that this sword technique was profound. The 3 of them simultaneously used their powerful divine techniques, but they were all crushed by the arc of sword energy. Finally, the 3 of them were swept out of the enchantment by the arc of sword energy, like ants. But they were still the bronze overlords, and their divine techniques had blocked the sword energy, so they were not seriously injured. Shan Xiong was infuriated and shouted, "Surnamed Shui, how dare you, get lost." Su Yu had completely lost his patience. Dark Knight Meteor Thrust. In an instant, the Azura sword produced sparks. Puff, no. In an instant, screams could be heard. The 3 of them were all sent flying, their injuries more serious than the previous 2. One more word, and don't blame me for being disrespectful. Su Yu was extremely annoyed. Also, tell the person who ordered you not to provoke me. Finally, Su Yu looked at Lan Yu and said coldly, "Miss Lan, I appreciate your kindness. Please go back." Lan Yu hurriedly explained, "Brother Shui, you misunderstood. I did not ask them to cause you trouble. They said they wanted to see you." I really did not." Sensing Su Yu's coldness, Lan Yu was a little flustered. Originally, Lan Yu did not take Su Yu seriously after she had gotten close to the merciless Saber Emperor. However, after personally witnessing Su Yu wipe out the 3 great bronze overlords of the Red Leaf Pavilion branch with a single stroke of his sword, his heart was in turmoil. It turned out that killing the 10 great corpse-loving dogs with a single sword strike was only the tip of the iceberg. His true strength and potential were unfathomable. Su Yu replied calmly, "I know, and you don't need to explain anything. Now, I just want to have some peace and quiet. Miss Lan, please go ahead." She didn't have any intention of opposing Su Yu, but when her senior brothers attacked him, she didn't even say a word of support. Lan Yu was resentful, and she opened her mouth to say something to ease the tension between them. However, when she met Su Yu's ice-cold gaze, she could only take her leave. Then, "Big brother Shui, I'm leaving," Lan Yu said carefully. Her heart was filled with regret. The reason why she had watched from the sidelines was because she felt that protecting Su Yu would put her on bad terms with her senior brothers. Between Su Yu and his senior brothers, who was more important? Of course, it was the senior brothers. She had always been a calculative woman. She had analyzed the pros and cons very clearly, so it was not strange for her to make such a choice. However, it was a pity that Su Yu's explosive potential had given her quite a shock. How could she not regret that such an assistant, whom she could have used, had created a rift between them? Walking out of the mountain, Lan Yu became more and more regretful as she thought about it. The more she regretted it, the more she hated it. She turned her head to look at Su Yu's back and muttered to herself, "Humph, what are you so arrogant about? Aren't you just slightly stronger? But can you be stronger than the merciless Saber Emperor?" As she thought about it, Lan Yu felt relieved. She swung her hair and left. Not long after, in a secret chamber in the Starry Tower, Shan Xiong's mouth was stained with blood, and he lowered his head in shame. Everyone else, including Wei Lv, did the same. In front of them, a young man with snow-white hair and a pale face stood with his hands behind his back, but his lips were bright red. Shan Xiong said, "That's what happened. According to Big Brother's request, we tested his cultivation and trump cards. Such a shocking strength really gave Shan Xiong and the others quite a shock. He looked like a level 3 Cavern World senior, but his strength was as high as a bronze overlord's." Bai Shuejian's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "Not bad, but that's all." Shan Xiong and the others did not feel that Bai Shuejian's evaluation was arrogant at all. Because in the eyes of a silver overlord, being able to defeat a bronze overlord was not worth mentioning. "Big Brother, then our injuries." Wei Elv was resentful. Bai Shuejian said indifferently, "That depends on Shueyu's luck. If he runs into me, I will return your injuries tenfold to him." Elsewhere in the Starry Tower, the female cabinet master listened to Mu Songhai's report, her eyes glistening. "It's really unexpected that Shueyu is the representative of the ancient corpse faction," the female cabinet master murmured to herself. "Then, he is proficient in all kinds of alien languages. Could it be that he also came from the ancient corpse faction? Only the mysterious ancient corpse faction could have created a mutant who was proficient in the languages of various races." In the ancient corpse faction's house, Ravenous Wolfstar put his hands in his sleeves and said worriedly, "Young master, it is only right for you to teach them a lesson. Everyone can see that they deliberately provoked you, forcing you to make a move in order to find out more about you. If I'm not mistaken, it should be by Shuejian's doing. This person has great potential, only below Shui Guanyin, but he is exceptionally vengeful. When we reach the ancient dream altar, young master still needs to be careful." Su Yu said indifferently, "So, who do you think will be more unlucky if Bai Shuejian runs into me?" Ravenous Wolfstar smiled meaningfully. "Haha, I can't help but pray for Bai Shuejian. Please don't run into you at the ancient dream altar." Su Yu said meaningfully, "If he isn't too unlucky, he probably won't provoke me. After all, he wanted to rebuild his body." The next evening, the Snow Dragon Emperor sent an emissary to lead Su Yu into the Emperor's palace and straight to the famous yin-yang hot spring. In the depths of the palace, there was an extremely dense yin and yang energy. It was as dense as a mist, making it difficult for people to breathe. "What a dense yin and yang energy," Su Yu secretly exclaimed. There was a Taoist saying that yin and yang formed Tai Chi gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to all things. The source of everything came from yin and yang. The yin-yang hot spring could rebuild one's body, change one's breath, and change everything from the source. It was not without purpose. "Young master, I will escort you here," the emissary said. Su Yu asked, "Is there anything I need to pay attention to, or is there any kind of taboo?" The emissary said respectfully, "Just don't go too deep. If the yin and yang energy is too dense, it will have the opposite effect on the body." "Opposite effect? Tell me in detail," Su Yu said. The emissary's expression was a little strange. "Men are yang, and women are yin. If you go to a place where the yin and yang energy is too dense, if you are not careful and absorb too much yin energy, you may become a woman." Su Yu was stunned. When he imagined the scene of himself becoming a woman, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Otherwise, if he entered the depths unknowingly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Arriving at the side of the yin-yang hot spring, a trace of remnant desolate power lingered in the pool. A divine warrior just left. Su Yu was surprised. Currently, in the palace of the Shui nation in the Northern Territory, apart from the divine warrior of Snow Dragon himself, only the cabinet master of the Star Pavilion was at the level of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. And without the permission of the divine warrior of Snow Dragon, no one could enter the yin-yang hot spring. What is the divine warrior of Snow Dragon doing in the hot spring? Su Yu had a trace of doubt in his heart. Shaking his head slightly, Su Yu did not think too much about it and stepped into the yin-yang hot spring. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt like he had fallen into a furnace, and his whole body seemed to be melting. In fact, he was indeed melting. From his hair to his skin, from his muscles to his bones, his whole body was melting. Su Yu's soul left his body and stared at his body melting in the yin-yang hot spring, turning into a 10-foot wide black and white liquid in the hot spring. That was the source that Su Yu's body had transformed into, the source of everything with the yin and yang energy. According to the ravenous wolf star, Su Yu's soul blew a breath toward the liquid, which was full of Su Yu's scent. When the breath landed on the black body, the liquid seemed to come to life, and with that breath as the center, it reformed into a human form. His height, facial features, hair, fur, and scent were all reshaped. Bit by bit, he was back to the old Su Yu. Looking at his long-lost body, Su Yu could not help but feel relieved. "Shui Yu, I'll borrow your body for a year, thank you very much," Su Yu said lightly and entered the new Su Yu's body. In an instant, Su Yu's soul felt extremely comfortable, as if he had returned to his own home. No matter how much Su Yu's soul merged with Shui Yu's body, it was not his own body after all. How could it be more comfortable than his own body? Su Yu could not help but let out a soft moan of comfort as he examined his own body. Every aspect was exactly the same as the body that had been taken away. The yin-yang hot spring is really a mysterious thing of heaven and earth. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yu felt that something was wrong. My cultivation. He was surprised to find that his cultivation, which should have been a level 3 Cavern World Senior, had reached the level 1 Cavern World Senior after his energy and body had been reconstructed. It was 2 whole levels higher. This. Su Yu was amazed. According to common sense, the body was just a reconstruction, and the original cultivation would still be the same after the reconstruction. But to jump 2 levels in a row, such an incredible thing, was really puzzling. The reason why he could become a level 3 Cavern World Senior from a mortal fairy was because he had accumulated a lot of experience. But why did he become a level 1 Cavern World Senior from a level 3 Cavern World Senior? Was there a strong external force interfering during the reconstruction process? While he was thinking, Su Yu's mind flashed, and he suddenly looked at the remaining power of desolation in the yin-yang hot spring. At this moment, there was not a trace left. Could it be that during the reconstruction process, my body absorbed the power of desolation in the hot spring? Su Yu suddenly realized. This was the only explanation that could explain it. The remaining power of desolation made me break through 2 levels in a row. Isn't the power of desolation of the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior too pure? Su Yu had come into contact with many divine warriors. A trace of the power of desolation could make a strong man of the divine path rise by 2 levels, which was extraordinary. Chapter 1668. Keeping his doubts to himself, Su Yu leaped out of the yin-yang hot spring. He clenched his fist, and a divine power that was far stronger than before revolved rapidly in his palm. The level 1 Cavern World Venerable's divine energy is abundant, 10 times stronger than it used to be. Su Yu was overjoyed to have experienced such tyrannical divine energy for the first time. The same divine art that he had used in the past would definitely be much more powerful now. The breakthrough came just in time before I set off to the ancient dream altar. However, it's still not enough. Su Yu's brows were faintly discernible. He and that tribulation transcender had never fought head-on. The exact strength of the other party was still unknown. If it was below the Silver Overlord rank, it would be fine. However, if it was above the Silver Overlord rank, he might not be able to win this battle. Instead, he might even fall into a hopeless situation. It was a pity that Su Yu did not have the time. Law imprints could not exist forever. As time passed, they would gradually weaken. Now that half a year had passed, the mark was no longer as clear as before. If he didn't seize this opportunity and waited for the mark to disappear, then finding that tribulation transcender would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly as he recalled Xia Jingyu, who had forgotten her past in the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl. No matter how strong you are, I will make you pay for the harm you caused us in the past. Su Yu's expression was firm, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tick-tock. A line of small words dripped down from the ice coffin behind him. Yo, what a strong killing intent. This king is scared. Su Yu snorted coldly in his heart. Your Excellency, you don't have to listen to my inner thoughts all the time, do you? Tick-tock. Hey, this king has taken a fancy to you, so of course I have to understand the feelings of my sweetheart. Who asked this king to be a shy girl? Young girl? Ha! As Su Yu recalled the beautiful female corpse in the ice coffin, The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. She had absolutely nothing to do with the word young lady. Tick-tock. Speaking of which, after your body was reconstructed, you've become ridiculously handsome. This king is liking you more and more. I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Tick-tock. As the saying goes, beautiful men are hard to find. A beautiful man like you that can cause the downfall of nations is even harder to find. This king has decided that no matter what I have to sacrifice, I must obtain you. Mitch, this king is serious. Su Yu was speechless. He was already used to this lustful female corpse. You really talk a lot of nonsense, Su Yu said coldly. Tick-tock. It's precisely because I talk so much nonsense that I can show this king's deep love for you. The shamelessness of the female corpse was close to that of someone Su Yu knew. However, the thread of the conversation changed. However, about that so-called tribulation fairy, your worries are not unfounded. Su Yu's gaze turned grave. What do you know? Tick-tock. Tribulation transcenders have mastered the path of tribulation since ancient times, and they are mysterious and unfathomable. There are many people who want to kill them, but they all ended up paying with their lives. Su Yu asked, even if your strength is much higher than a tribulation fairy's? Tick-tock. That's right. The strength of a tribulation transcender is never measured by the level of one's cultivation. There are a lot of emperors who have died in the hands of tribulation transcenders of the overlord level. It's still too early for you to fight against a tribulation transcender. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. The female corpse was mysterious and unfathomable. Even though she was in awe of the tribulation fairy, she knew how terrifying they were. It seemed that he really needed to prepare a few powerful trump cards. Now that his cultivation had recovered, there were indeed two things that he needed to deal with. Tick-tock. My beloved concubine, don't worry. You are my man, and I will help you at the crucial moment. Su Yu glanced at the ice coffin indifferently, then returned to the mountain without saying a word. Just like the day before, there were many unidentified people surrounding the mountain. However, Su Yu's appearance had changed a lot, so no one could recognize that he was the Shui Yu from the day before. When he was about to step into the mountain, he suddenly saw a cowardly rat-headed man among the crowd. Its eyeballs were rolling, and it was looking at the mountain where Su Yu lived. It seemed like it was looking for a way to sneak in. Half Moon. You came at the right time. Su Yu's eyes flickered with a bright light. Half Moon revolved around the mountain. However, the houses at the peak of the mountain were all protected by powerful enchantments, so it would be difficult to sneak in. After thinking for a while, Half Moon quietly left the crowd and came to the foot of the mountain, where there were few people. He wanted to sneak into the houses at the peak of the mountain through the belly of the mountain, so as to avoid the protection of the enchantments. After observing carefully for a long time, he found a weak spot in the mountain. Sky-piercing jaws. His long, sharp mouth bit down on the weak spot. Along with a cracking sound, the hard mountain was bitten into pieces by the sky-reaching rat, and a man-sized hole was revealed. Hihi, there is no place in the world that I can't reach in Half Moon. The sky-reaching rat chuckled, and went in with his head. Unexpectedly, when half of his body went in, his exposed tail was stepped on by someone. A familiar voice with a faint smile floated into his ears. Brother Half Moon, how have you been? Half Moon was shocked at first. He was born to be proficient in space magic, and his perception of space was far superior to that of ordinary people. Someone appeared behind him, but did not cause any changes in the space, which meant that this person's attainments in space had completely crushed him. Back then, when he was not even a strong deity, he could appear and disappear unpredictably, and steal the belongings of a strong overlord. And now, as a deity-level expert, he had been caught red-handed by someone. He had only experienced such an experience once. Hearing that familiar voice again, the sky-reaching rat shuddered and screamed, "It's you, Su Yu." Su Yu released his foot, and the sky-reaching rat retracted its body. It looked up and saw that it was really Su Yu. It could not believe its eyes. My God, you did not die, and you even escaped from that place? Su Yu laughed. Why, only you are allowed to escape from the Dao Tai's cage, but I am not allowed to show myself. Half Moon was taken aback, and then laughed bitterly. That's true, you are the king of the god realm. If I could escape, there is no reason for you to be trapped inside. The king of the god realm? Suyu was stunned. Half Moon's eyes were filled with admiration, and he laughed strangely. Two great god realms, millions of races, who doesn't know that you, Suyu, are the king of the two realms? Your actions have already shaken the spirits of the two realms. You do not know that you are the god of faith, respected by all in the god realm, right? Back when the sinful lady was born, the demonic dragon broke the seal, and all kinds of demons and monsters appeared in the god realm, causing harm everywhere. As a leader, Suyu led the strong men from all sides to attack. Although he did not manage to reveal the sinful lady in the end, that soul-stirring battle had cemented Suyu's position in the hearts of all the spirits. A shred of shame filled his heart. He had only brought out the spirits that he was familiar with, and the majority of the spirits of the god realm were still trapped in the Dao Tai's cage. He really could not bear the title of the king of the god realm. The two old friends reunited in a different place, and they talked about the days of the past. Suyu, why are you here? Half Moon was still in disbelief. Suyu asked, why? You joined the Starry Pavilion, but you have never heard of the name Xueyu? Ah, Xueyu. Half Moon was shocked. The famous Xueyu, how could I not know him? Wait, Suyu, Xueyu, could it be you? Suyu smiled and nodded. What do you think? Hiss. Half Moon sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the king of the god realm, no matter where he goes, he can do earth-shattering things. Xueyu had only been in the Starry Pavilion for a short time, but he had alarmed the chief pavilion master and the three great pavilion masters. How shocking was that? Suddenly, Half Moon slapped his head. If you are Xueyu, isn't my mission this time to target you? Suyu said, I was just about to ask you. You are sneaking around my mountain. Are you trying to sneak in and steal some treasures? Upon hearing that, Half Moon said miserably, if I had known that Xueyu was Suyu, I would never have come. Life was unpredictable. Who would have thought that two old friends would reunite in such a way? Back then, he had stolen Suyu's Tai East Emperor bell and was caught by Suyu. Now, he had come to steal again and was caught by Suyu again. He had only failed twice, and both times he had fallen into Suyu's hands. Did Zhao Fu send you? Suyu asked. Half Moon nodded. Yes. When he found out that the influence represented by the coffin sent you, he deliberately asked me to steal your invitation to the ancient dream altar. Suyu said, as expected. He paused, then said, besides stealing my invitation, is there someone else's invitation? It's Mood Sanghai's. Half Moon betrayed Zhao Fu without hesitation. He asked me to use a fake invitation to exchange for a real one, as expected. Suyu had guessed it the first time he saw Half Moon. Now it seemed that he was targeting Mood Sanghai. A few days later, when the ancient dream altar opened, one could enter with an invitation. How would the Snow Dragon Emperor deal with Mood Sanghai if he produced a fake invitation? The ancient dream altar was the place that the Snow Dragon Emperor valued the most. If someone were to produce a fake invitation and try to bluff their way through, would the Snow Dragon Emperor kill one as a warning to others to deter the rascals? The possibility was as high as 90%. This was a vicious plan. It was a death sentence for Mood Sanghai. Where did you put her invitation? Suyu asked. Half Moon shrugged helplessly. I gave it to Zhao Fu. After pondering for a long time, Suyu's eyes flickered. Half Moon, are you under Zhao Fu's control? It was hard to imagine that a godly thief like Half Moon would willingly work for Zhao Fu. Half Moon nodded bitterly. Although I escaped from the Dao Tai's cage, I was transported to a sea of ferocious beasts. It was the people from the Yin Chuan branch who passed by and saved me. Zhao Fu saw that my divine path was sparse and very useful, so he used drugs to control me. If I did not obey, I would not live past 10 days. Half Moon's eyes were filled with hatred. Now he gives me an antidote every month to stabilize me. He wants to control me forever. Suyu said, let me see what kind of poison it is. He used his divine energy to probe Half Moon's body. He discovered that there was an obscure energy in all his limbs and bones. It was attached to his body and was poisoning his bodily functions. After pondering for a long time, Su Yu found a shred of memory. But the more he found it, the colder Su Yu's gaze became. It's the rotting bones and heart-disturbing poison. Su Yu's expression was cold.